it this early. We have lots to talk about and a good study session, regular session prepared for all of us. We're going to start the study session of Tuesday, September 23rd. Items 1 and 3 are executive sessions. Ms. Click?
Item 1 is an executive session, City of Tucson versus Green Valley Health Holdings, LLC et al., Pima County Superior Court Case Number C 2023-5628, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-43103A3 and A4. Item 3 is listed as an executive session, matters before the Arizona Corporation Commission involving Tucson Electric Power, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 431-.03A3 and A4.
Ready, may I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We're off to executive session. I think we have a few items, so about an hour. Okay, so we'll come back around 12:30 to 1. Ready? See you in a bit. Thank you, everyone. Turn to study session, please.
So moved, Your Honor.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on returning to study session? Hearing none. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. 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 Any against? Motion carries. Item 2. What is the council's pleasure on item 2, please?
Mayor, members of council, the motion would be to direct and authorize the city manager and the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session in order to resolve the eminent domain property acquisition case for the Grant Road project.
May I have a motion, please?
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Item 4, what is the council's pleasure on item 4?
Your Honor, I move that we proceed to discuss in executive session and intervene as necessary in matters before the ATC to which TEP is a party to protect our taxpayers and ratepayers in the city and collaborate with other jurisdictions.
There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this motion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Item 5, I've requested this time from Mayor and Council to receive an update on the efforts to support unsheltered persons and how the city is addressing the concerns expressed by residents and business owners in Tucson. While we have Brandy join us up here, I just want to reiterate, we have had this study session item for at least 2.5, 3 years in front of us. Unsheltered homelessness and all of the issues related to it are a top priority for me. This item has been regularly occurring, as I said, for the last several years because it is important to all of us. And for the past 6 years, my colleagues and I on the council have taken concrete steps and expanded or created solutions to help our unsheltered neighbors and all of our residents. We have added community service officers, low barrier shelter beds. We have built affordable housing units and supported first-time home buyers. We have created even programs. Our Housing First program was created to be able to tackle this problem as well as our community safety, health and wellness program. Even so, the needs are greater than the resources that the city of Tucson has. And we know we need to do more. I care about keeping Tucsonans safe. I care about our unsheltered neighbors. I care about the kids growing up with unstable housing and our seniors who are struggling. But even though we've been working very hard in collaboration with each other and all of the departments that are part of this, every jurisdiction plays a role, and we need every jurisdiction to act. So I'll patch it over to you, Mr. City Manager. I know that you wanted to present the item and then move to our presentation.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and members of the council. This is part of our monthly updates on these matters, and I'm going to turn it immediately over to Brandy Champion to give you the update for today.
Thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I'm happy to provide you an update today. After my brief update, I'm going to pass it over to Kat Davis, who will provide you information on TPCH's strategic planning efforts. And then we'll also have Chief Kazmar speak about loop efforts, as well as Justin Hamilton, our newly appointed multi-agency resource coordinator. So before I pass it on, I'd like to share a few updates around shelter with you. Wildcat is currently sheltering 35 adults and 33 children. Amfi 8, or Casa del Pueblo, is sheltering 30 males and 18 females currently. Adults, all adults. There's no children at that congregate shelter. 30 males, 18 females. Desert Cove is currently sheltering 17 individuals, and Craycroft has 47 adults and 87 children. They have large families there. Excuse me. So Housing First, I think you've all heard, held its first job fair on September 16th. 570 job seekers went through that job fair, 21 vendors, 24 volunteers, including staff from Housing and Community Development, Housing First, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, and the Public Housing Authority, with Family Self-Sufficiency Program and Resident Opportunity for Self-Sufficiency Program, handing out over 700 items of clothing for interviews. Within the first hour, 12 interviews were scheduled for folks with potential employers. Everyone's participation and efforts helped ensure that we had a successful event and that everything ran smoothly and participants received the resources that they needed. I want to give a special thanks to Fernando Ortiz. He is Housing First job developer, and he did a great job in organizing the event. I also want to thank Pima County Community and Workforce Development, as well as all of our ward offices and our local agencies for getting the word out. It was well attended, it was smooth, it just went great. Next, we're already planning our next one, right? Next is the Housing First cooltainers that are over at the El Pueblo Community Safety Hub that we're using as cooling centers, have had 3,037 visits in the past 90 days. That's incredible. And I'm sure there's a lot of repeat visitors, but it's obviously needed, right? Now that the days are getting cooler, these units will be moved to Star Village later this week or early next week, with Housing and Community Development taking the lead on the move. I also want to highlight a few recent activities around Star Village. Over the past 2 weeks, staff from Primavera, OPCS, and Community Safety canvassed surrounding neighborhoods and businesses to share information about the pilot. On September 17th, Ward 3 hosted a community meeting where we received over 150 questions and comments Presentations were provided by ACM Morales, Primavera, and Old Pueblo. Written responses are being finalized and will be on the city website by the end of the week for that stuff. Staff from both City and Primavera remain available to attend any additional neighborhood meetings that they need to. One is already scheduled with El Cortez Neighborhood Association on October 9th. And finally, I'm pleased to share that the one-year pilot remains on track to open on October 15th. With that, I'll now pass it over to Kat Davis to talk about TPCH strategic planning efforts.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. I am excited to provide you an update also on TPCH's Unsheltered initiative at 100 Acres. The multi-agency effort began in July and has continued Monday through Thursday mornings for the last 12 weeks. Together through our partner agencies, we've been working to house and shelter as many people as possible before park construction begins. Some of these numbers were provided to you in the memo, but work has continued to progress, and so I have some updates. While we have engaged with over 100 people, 77 individuals are in process with to receive housing through either Old Pueblo Community Services or Community Bridges. 11 households have been housed, 2 more pending inspections and will be housing very soon. And the remainder will be into their housing by the end of October. 16 additional individuals are interested in housing, but unfortunately we have exhausted all of our supportive housing resources. So we'll be working with our shelter partners and behavioral health partners to try to refer as many people as possible to those other options. In addition to housing resources, 25 people have entered medical assisted treatment. 7 individuals have entered either detox or inpatient rehabilitation. 20 people have pursued warrant quashing through warrant court, and 6 other individuals have participated in other services such as support groups, peer navigation, and more. So this effort will continue into the fall. Our partners, OPCS and CBI, will continue working, as well as our City of Tucson MDOT team, to provide pathways to housing for as many people as possible. As you know, TPCH has also been working on our strategic planning since March. So I wanted to give you a bit of an update since I was here last. In July, we had a survey go out to both TPCH members as well as the community to help us rank 50 draft goals. The draft goals as well as the survey results are in the materials that you received today. So if you want to read all 50 of them, you're welcome to do that. But what the survey revealed was that there was a lot of alignment between what TPCH was ranking as highly important and what the community was ranking as highly important. So within the top 5 goals ranked under each of TPCH's 4 priorities, at least 3 of those 5 were aligned between the community and TPCH. Ultimately, TPCH's General Council adopted 13 of these 50 goals. Many of these goals are more expansive than what TPCH's role has been in the past. This means that to make progress on these goals, we'll need really deep partnership with both external agencies and our jurisdictional partners. So for example, one of TPCH's goals is to access innovative housing options such as tiny homes and supportive encampments. So as such, TPCH is eager to support their partners at Primavera, OPCS, and the City of Tucson as they lead the new Star Village initiative. While ultimately TPCH remains focused on housing for everyone, the shortage of affordable housing options has led us to support other innovative options that can provide stabilization and vital services for folks. So as we continue strategic planning into early 2026, TPCH looks forward to continuing our partnership with Mayor and Council and moving the needle on homelessness in Tucson and Pima County. So thank you for having me here today. I think we're holding questions till the end, maybe. So I'll hand it back to Brandy for now. Thank you all.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'm now going to pass it over to Tucson Police Chief Kazmar and Justin Hamilton.
Thanks, Brandy. Honorable Mayor, members of council, Justin and I are happy to be here today to continue to have a little bit of expanded dialogue on exactly what are these loop deployments. We might be coming up with a new name in the future. But for now, they represent a coordinated effort to really address, the mayor artfully stated, a really sometimes overwhelming situation where the resources aren't as great as the needs. And so this is really about a collaborative effort and how we're being smart with city resources, but also leaning on community and our county partners to be part of the solution as well as we face this public health crisis. Justin?
Yes, I'd like to touch on a couple of the key things that stand out for me to some of these
Justin,
operations.
If you could
Yeah,
use the taller mic so that you won't have to be stooping down.
that's
like
way
that.
better. Thank you. I just want to touch on a couple of these highlights from these operations that stood out to me. These operations are fully in line with our homeless protocol strategy and all the adopted ordinances that our city council has adopted. It demonstrates a balanced approach, and I think that's very important, especially when it comes to outreach. Our engagement services, so 100 of the 193 people that we engaged, 38 people accepted services, that's 20%. I know I speak for probably all the outreach workers, that number is very good and a very good outcome for just, I think, the amount of, I think it was 15 hours in total to get those numbers. So out of those 16 individuals accepted shelter. And we also had our health outreach team out there with doing STD screenings, wound care, and it was preventing costly ER visits as well. The environmental impact was very great. 91 tons of debris were removed, 31 encampments, restoring these public spaces back to community uses. The visible reduction in drug use and encampment activity has improved, and the livable surroundings of the neighborhoods as well. I'd like to thank our partners in coordination with these operations, the Tucson Police Department, the Tucson Fire Department, Environmental Services, Parks and Recreation, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, City Outreach, Pima County and nonprofits, Primavera, Kodak, Old Pueblo Community Services, Community Medical Services, Community Bridges, Salvation Army, and the Wildcat Shelter. I think these operations highlight the effectiveness of us in a unified command structure when we do our work. Coming up, we'd like to be able to evaluate the impacts of the long-term effects, so we're coming up with some strategic tools to be able to guide those metrics and see what we can do for a long-standing impact in those areas. The things that came highlighted from the ops is we definitely have an increased focus and a need for more behavioral health services and high barrier cases there. I think we need to strengthen our detox services and behavioral health services at these operations. Will be more successful. And we will update this mayor and council of any future operations.
Thank you, Justin. I'll just add a quick update and contribution to Justin's statements that really what we're trying to do here is to provide some relief. And we're trying to provide relief to the community who's unsettled with a change in environment, an area. It could be reported thefts from property. It could frankly just be like we've had a lot of discussions like they just don't feel safe because they see unsheltered folks or folks who are living with substance use disorders or mental health crisis. And as we know, that might not be driving a statistical harm ratio to them directly, but they're certainly experiencing that, and that's how they feel, and we need to factor that in. So as we do these deployments, we're focusing on restoring public safe spaces and connecting community members experiencing these crises with stabilizing resources. I really want to be clear that I couldn't be more proud of the collaborative work that's happening. It's certainly making a difference, but we're treating a symptom, and we need to recognize, to the mayor's points earlier, that it's going to be the foundational core services. How do we connect folks with the services that they need to disrupt the crisis or disorders that they're dealing with that are going to give sustainable results? So we absolutely see the value of these operations at the Tucson Police Department. We will continue to collaborate with those and help organize. In fact, just this morning, we had one in Ward 5 at Park and Ajo today, just for 2 hours, We had 20 contacts that resulted in 3 video alternatives to jails and 2 walk-ups. So as Justin stated, we know that these work. We're going to continue to deploy at least once a month. We have another one scheduled on the 30th of this month. That's a little bit of a collaborative, Ward 1 and 3 in the area of West Grant and I-10 that we know is impacting both of those geographic spaces. We'll have another one in October in Ward 5 with Operations Division South, and we'll close out the year with Ward 3 again in December. These are some concentrated areas where we've identified through conversations with you, directly through our own offices and our field workers that are out there experiencing the real challenges that they're facing. And with that, I know we also provided a lot of material for you for Mayor and Council documents, so if you have any questions, all 4 of us are happy to answer those.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that concludes our update.
Thank you so much, Brandy, Chief, Jason. Thank you so much for the work that you do. I want to thank also TPCH for their work and partnerships at 100 Acre Wood Bike Park. These, from deployments to the work in Housing First to community safety, health, and wellness, to the coalition that we have built through with TPCH over at 100 Acre Wood. It takes a lot of time and resources, and many nonprofits and local jurisdictions to be able to provide adequate services, and the city of Tucson has been very creative. We have really outside the box kind of thinking and policy that we put together, and we're constantly trying a new approach. Chief, you talked about that we're treating a symptom, which I absolutely 1,000% agree with you on. The point in time count that is done by TPCH gave us some huge clues about our unsheltered community and the needs that they have. And the results of the point in time count really highlighted that about 75% of our unsheltered community are the hardest to serve and are chronically unhoused. And what the connection that we've been able to make is that many of the chronically unhoused are either suffering from serious mental illnesses and or substance use disorders. This conversation pertains to the conversation that we're going to have of the ordinance that Councilman Lee is talking about in terms of open drug use in our community. And I think that serious mental illness and substance use disorders are the hardest to be able to offer resources and services to those individuals that are unhoused, that are going through those issues. The city of Tucson has never confronted the crisis, the public health crisis that we are confronting I would say in the last 5 years, because of opioids and fentanyl use. Mayor and Council, I believe it was at the beginning of 2023 when we declared opioid and fentanyl misuse in our community a public health crisis. In the 2.5 years since Mayor and Council declared opioid and fentanyl use a public health crisis, all of us have been working hard to connect the dots and fill the gaps, because we cannot arrest our way out of this. And we cannot housing first our way out of this either. So we've got to ask our partners at the state and at Pima County to step up and do the work that by code and statute they have to do. Cities around the country are facing these same concerns. And many times, the most successful cities have incredible funding partnerships with the state and county government. The city alone cannot pay for issues that are the root causes, serious mental illness and substance use disorders. That has never been part of our charter. That has never been a service that cities are requested to offer. The serious mental illness and substance use disorders, behavioral health, are by statute are supposed to be done by the state and county government. And I'm saying on the public health side. And so I think this conversation will lead us to the next conversation that is at the table, but also will lead us to the next conversation, which is an update from Pima County on the transition center services that they provide. But I think we need to do much more. We understand the issues, each and every one of us on the mayor and council. We hear from our neighborhoods. We see it in the streets, the needs. We have acted consistently for the past 6 years on offering services and resources, everything from low barrier shelter to transitional housing, to connecting individuals to resources, to now we're experimenting and piloting the operations within around the city where we see issues of concerns with unsheltered in hot spots throughout our city. We're trying. Two-Star Village, something that 2 years ago I was not open to, but I understand that we've got to pivot and pilot programs that will open the door to individuals into services. So I guess, what I'd like to do is open it up to questions or comments from all of my colleagues on the council. But I did want to commend the incredible work, TPD, Housing First, Community Safety, Health and Wellness, TPCH, our nonprofit partners do day in, day out in a very exasperating and concerning public health crisis that we have on our streets. And that it's always good for us to be able to pivot and push, but that we do need our state partners and county partners to step up and help really attend to the crisis that we're seeing on our streets. I'm going to open it up, Vice Mayor, and then we'll go down the line.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just wondering, moving forward, we saw the need for the cooling centers across the city, and I know we have limited financial resources looking into next fiscal year, but curious, what are the recommendations for next summer when it comes to cooling centers? I'm also curious of how many people are left at 100 acres and what's the ongoing plan with if there are remaining people there. I think those are my first initial questions.
Madam Mayor and Vice Mayor, I'll have Kat come up to the podium and answer some of those questions.
Hi, yes, Honorable Mayor and Council. I think at 100 acres, it's been a challenge to get a really clear number on how many people are living there because there are so many people kind of in and out and hanging around there. As I mentioned, we have engaged with over 100 people. So the people who remain, who have not been put into housing, we're pulling together kind of a work group of our shelter partners as well as our behavioral health partners to try and make those referrals to those partners to give them a referral into either shelter or into like residential treatment or something like that as an option for the people that remain.
No, thank you. I think it would just be helpful even for the Ward 4 Council office when you're getting calls about what was the plan and closing the park. Because I was at a neighborhood meeting yesterday and they were like, we did, like, what was the plan when we closed down Santa Rita? And we're seeing so many neighbors now in our smaller parks in the area. And so it was just kind of like, what's the plan for, you know, the flow of, or the movement of people in other areas of the neighborhood?
Yeah, absolutely. We've also been working with TPD and Parks and Rec to create a kind of 100 acres work group as well as we work towards kind of closing out that effort. And so there will be a lot more communication coming forward about the timeline and stuff like that once that's kind of finalized. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, so for the cooling centers, the Pima County Health Department has really been leading that effort. And so I know this year they put a big emphasis on data collection so they could get the answers that you're looking for about where cooling centers are most strategically located, where they are being used the most, what hours they're being used the most. And so since the effort is ongoing for this summer, I don't think they have those recommendations yet, but those should be coming out maybe this winter. Yeah, thank you all.
Right, any other questions, comments? Councilmember Cunningham?
Congratulations on the loop deployments. We need to come up with a better name. The name we used was integrated intervention, but that's splitting hairs at this point. But I will say there's a lot of interest publicly about the integrated interventions, and I think there's some private resources from the private sector who will probably contribute to those efforts. So I'll talk to you guys about it offline, but I think there's some potential that we can leverage some resources within the community so we can be conducting at least 1 or 2 operations every month or at least once a month if we have the right resources.
Any others? Okay. Mr. Tamir?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, just to reflect a bit on some of the work you've done recently and some of the personnel that have been stepping up to occupy this space, I just want to take a moment. You're familiar that Brandy Champion, formerly our Housing First Director, has recently been promoted to be overseeing all of these intersectional activities. But she's not alone. Enjoy your moment of applause.
Okay.
I'd like to notify you that Justin Hamilton, who's been serving as our interim multi-agency resource coordinator, has accepted the position full-time. In addition, we have appointed Allison Chappell as the new Housing First Director, which is a position that you all created not too long ago. It seems like been a few years now, huh? Yeah. So Allison, we're grateful for her work and stepping up into that role. And we are in the process of doing hiring interviews for the Office of Violence Prevention and Intervention, which will be housed in the city manager's office. So it speaks to the intersectional work that you've been guiding and directing and challenging us to do. And so we've got new folks stepping into leadership roles there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Tim. You know, I did want to ask, on the deployments that we've been seeing around town, Chief, has there been any communication with Pima County? Because sometimes I know that we have video alternative to jail with our own municipal court. Do we have anything similar with Pima County to extend a video alternative to jail to justice courts or Arizona Superior Court? I know that that's very useful when we do our deployments.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, I can't really speak to their alternative to jail programs as far as applicability because we don't currently utilize those services. What I can say is Kate Vesley, who's here, and a program director and an integral part of the transition center, is involved in these deployments, because the idea first is how do we connect folks with services, right? There are, of course, times where individuals in our community have warrants, felony warrants, which have to be served. We as discussed with the support of Judge Klotz, have scaled the video alternative jail program, and as you've heard from Mr. Hamilton, was very successful in keeping over 40, 50 folks from having to go down to jail. So I think we continue to serve the needs of the community, and recognizing that arrest does at times play a role into leveraging folks into treatment when it's appropriate, when it's applicable. Great conversation today that we just can't get baited into a polarized, understandable, emotion-laced conversations around this of, well, arrest is not the way and solution. Nobody in this community in the last 4 years in my time as chief has ever heard me say arrest is the only solution. Arrest plays a role. Housing First plays a role. Working with the Transition Center plays a role. All of your city resources, our nonprofit engagement. All of these, all of us as organizations and entities create the ecosystem of the best opportunity to solve a challenge that, frankly, I'll remind everybody, that families couldn't solve. That the original wraparound service, your family has said, your behavior is no longer acceptable, you cannot live in this house. And several of us in this room have experienced that, right? And lost loved ones to that. And so we do understand, and I want to provide space in the complexities of this conversation and highlight that it's extremely, extremely complex. And I echo your sentiment that we, as a city, can't do it alone. We require our county partners to really be engaged, and they've been good partners. We have a meeting coming up on the 30th, I think we'll be talking about in the next item. But it's through the collaboration that we're going to have the best impact in our commitment, and I'll close with the commitment to share data. We can't, the city manager can't do his job, I can't do my job, Brandy can't do hers, Justin can't do his. If we don't have data that guides us to where to use our limited resources and to be strategic to have the most impact possible.
Thank you, Chief. Alrighty, thank you. Thank you so much, Brandy. Really appreciate the update. Alrighty, we are going to move on to our next item. Item 6, time has been set aside at the request of Councilwoman Lee to discuss public drug use and pathways to treatment. Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to talk a little bit longer than I normally do, just to kind of frame the conversation up before we get started today. I really want us just to have a really open and honest conversation about the state of things right now, and to your point, Mayor, how we may be able to explore doing more and continuing to experiment. So there's going to be honesty coming to the table right now. I want to thank everyone who did engage in early conversations. Judge Klotz, I just want to acknowledge you're here because not everyone on watching can see that you're here. Thanks to the Chief's office. Mayor, thank you. Thanks to the County Attorney's office for engaging in early conversations to kind of vet out this idea before we got to the table. We have two very real challenges that I know all of our offices hear about every single day, and that is the use of substances in public, at our bus stops, in our parks, on the transit system itself. And that is a very real concern that the community and businesses have continued to advocate for, and for resolutions on that front. And it poses very real public safety concerns. And the second, equal parts to this, is how do we help the folks who are most vulnerable and who need help the most? How do we reach them, and how do we leverage, as you said, Chief, our interactions with them in a way that can help nudge them onto a different path? And so I've always talked about at this table things that are in our control. And so I'm coming from that space today, looking at what we can control and how we may be able to explore options to get better traction on addressing this issue in the community and get better results for the community. And some of you all have already touched on this, Chief, that this is a very complicated puzzle with a lot of pieces. And so this is not a solution to everything. This is one small piece of a puzzle that we can explore in a very complicated, ever-evolving puzzle. And the idea is considering if we wanted to create a city-level ordinance for public drug use and possession. And why? That's a very fair question, a very real question. There is already state law that says that possession and drug use is illegal and it is a felony. And right now that goes through the county attorney's office for prosecution and to Pima Superior Court. And what we are seeing in times that low volume possession cases, for whatever reason, may not be prosecuted. And that leaves a gap. And that gap is becoming increasingly problematic for our community. And a couple other very real truths that we're looking at in the conditions that we're involved in right now. The county attorney, like all of us, is an elected official, and she's been elected and reelected based on her policies and her values, and the community has spoken in regard to her being in that position. The community also is speaking about how they want more action done to address this particular public safety issue and seeing people suffering and wanting to get them nudged in a different direction. So those things are very real conditions. And also the community is frustrated and they've given up hope. And as we all know at this table, when people in the community see the public drug use, they immediately think of TPD. And why are you guys not doing your job? And then they zoom out and say, well, it's the mayor's fault and this council's fault for telling TPD not to enforce the law. And we know that that is not true. So these are all just parts of the very real truths and the conversations that are happening out there and the conditions that are at play. Initial feedback that I'm hearing, and I think many of you are hearing, is some folks do not want to see an additional misdemeanor attached to a person for using substances, especially if they have the disease of substance use disorder. Others are coming from the other side of that coin saying, we do not want to see this charge go from a felony level down to a misdemeanor. We want to see it prosecuted at a felony level. And then there's the question of, okay, if you guys create a new law, how are you going to enforce it? And so these are all very real things that we're already hearing that I just wanted to put on the table as we have our discussion today to think about as we're having this conversation. I think we have to be innovative. We have to think outside the box. And this is an attempt really, and the chief will talk about this, to make the work that our officers are already doing every day more impactful to our community. And that's really what this is all about. And again, it's not about a pathway to jail. It's about a pathway to treatment. And the transition center folks will be able to speak a lot to what that might look like. So next up, Mayor, I would like to, we'll go to the chief and have the chief talk about a couple things. Chief, what I'm hoping you can talk about a little bit today is your experience and the department's experience with trying to tackle this issue for the community, really where you're spinning your wheels and where you're bumping up against obstacles that people on this side of the table can help you navigate, your thoughts on the ordinance and why this might be a helpful tool for you all, and then the enforcement piece. Would love to hear your thoughts on that and anything else you want to share. And then, Chief, if we could turn it over after that to Kate. I know she has a presentation, Kate, and we would love to hear what your thoughts are in terms of scaling what's going on with Pima County at the Transition Center. So if that sounds good, Mayor, Chief, I will throw it over to you.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, thank you for providing space for a really difficult conversation, and it's been ongoing. I commend all of you that this is such a difficult and challenging issue for us to discuss. And to the mayor's point earlier, also, I can't think of a more challenging situation that we've faced in my nearly 29 years of public service working for the city of Tucson. We're not here today to, and I'll address the first thing right off the bat, to criminalize addiction. That's not what we're here to do. Again, another polarizing comment that can be made and to further complicate an already complicated situation. What we're here to talk about is how this public health crisis is impacting the city of Tucson, our community, all of you, all of our city leadership as elected officials, and our larger body of metropolitan government, including, yes, you said it, the Pima County Attorney and their office and their policies and practices and their workload. You know, because again, we all have limited resources to combat this crisis that's in front of us. To scale the issue, and I didn't talk about numbers in our prior conversation where we normally do, but we're at nearly 4,300 total narcotics-related arrests. That reflects about 25% of our total arrests for the year, and that's not including the 200 deflections where officers decided that the pathway was to treatment, one of our treatment partners, not arrest. So what does that mean and how do we impact that? So if we look at it, that's about just under 1,000 cases that are felony cases that officers have decided that somebody in possession of narcotics or was caught using narcotics, they made the lawful arrest under a state statute. and booked on a felony. And then we had about 3,500, just under 3,500, where officers decided to take a misdemeanor path. Now, that can take a couple different paths, from possession of paraphernalia, unlawful possession of a prescription drug, or the officers, through experience, knowing they're pretty smart. They know what cases aren't going to be moved through the felony process or might be dismissed at initial appearance. And so officers have also the discretion to say, okay, yes, I have 2 or 3 or 5 fentanyl pills, but in the last 3 arrests, I've seen all those be dismissed for a variety of reasons through initial appearance, didn't get the impact that they were trying to serve, and provide some relief to the community, so I'm going to go ahead and cite the underlying misdemeanor. So what becomes difficult about that is then it doesn't give any of us the true sense of what's happening when we don't cite for the appropriate charge, which is the state felony narcotics possession charge. So we have a couple different options. Those conversations have been ongoing between the Pima County Attorney's Office and, frankly, city and county leadership as we've been having our joint meetings, and not a finger-pointing way, but just better assessing how our systems are working or not working with each other. And so we have some options in front of us, and that's where I commend you, Councilmember Lee, for saying, do we need another ordinance? Do we need, and that was a conversation you and I had. We certainly, so let's discuss a few of those paths and why we might need this ordinance. Well, for one, yes, right now we have a pretty good sense of when cases are going to be moved forward, and about 65% of the felony cases are not moved forward. And then we can decide, like I said before, we can cite currently for an underlying misdemeanor of paraphernalia and cite into city court. We can do that today. The problem with that, again, is it doesn't give us a sense as city leadership or a body of government of what's happening out in the community, and are we being responsive to that. We also have to recognize when we cite the underlying misdemeanor that we forego and we eliminate the ability to put folks into steps, the supportive treatment and engagement program, which is also an imperfect program, but it's a leveraged program, pre-conviction program where we can try to leverage different decisions from folks who are living in crisis or have substance use disorders. We can't do that through the misdemeanor path. We certainly have our own paths as our leadership have discussed with you, and we should be proud of those. So the next step in front of us is, do we decide that we need our own ordinance specific to possession, unlawful possession or use of narcotics in public spaces? What I would say is possibly. The next step could be that we leverage the felony arrest if we don't think it's going to go and be prosecuted, absent having a felony waiver, which I'll come back to from the Pima County Attorney, that we could cite the underlying misdemeanor into justice court. So it still retains in the same court that it should be being processed in to begin with. But again, the only problem with that is it would be open to any of their misdemeanor leveraging programs of treatment, but it wouldn't be eligible for the STEPS program or DTAP, to my knowledge. The next best thing is continuing to work and have dialogue at all of our levels with the Pima County Attorney's Office, and you have my commitment to do that as well, of what does a felony interim look like? So we have to understand, we throw a lot of work at them with violent crime, gun crime, crime related to guns, and they have a capacity of resources as well. So is it possible to have a dialogue with Laura Conover at the Pima County Attorney's Office and identify what a felony waiver would look like? And we have those in place for other charges, so this is not something that's new. What that would allow us to do is then cite for that underlying felony into misdemeanor into our own system. Absent of that being able to happen, or those paths not working out, then I would say absolutely yes, then we need to move towards creating our own ordinance so we can appropriately track the crime that's actually impacting our community. Yes, it would still be the same type of misdemeanor as a paraphernalia, but it would give us a better reflection. What I want to say is that this conversation has created space for the city manager's office and our judicial partners, our courts, our public defenders, our prosecutors, and our team to really evaluate current workload within the system. So if we were to go down a path like this, we first have to know how is our current system working, and then does it have capacity, or what resources would be needed to frankly leverage the arrest that we would insert into our system into treatment, into what would that look like. I'll close with, I always want to continue to have this conversation when we talk about arrest is different than incarceration. Our goal is to use the arrest to disrupt behavior and leverage people to make different decisions. And you can talk to people on both sides of the aisles that have said it helped me, and those that have said it hasn't helped me. But the reality is we have a responsibility to recognize that folks are living in crisis. They are impacting our community. I just got an email today from one of our larger box stores in town on Campbell, North Campbell, who's wanting to meet with us to find solutions because they have the second highest rate of loss in all of their stores in the entire country. So when we talk about harm, we have to recognize businesses are struggling to maintain, neighborhoods are not feeling safe. And so again, we're not trying to criminalize addiction. We're trying to leverage, if all other resource outsourcing and connections of services have failed, then arrest becomes a viable next step tool to leverage somebody in treatment. And if we have multiple arrests, then we have to have the conversation that short periods of time of incarceration might have to be utilized. And so we should recognize that those are all parts of a healthy ecosystem. I think you're all very versed and proud of the work that the Tucson Police Department contributes to outside of non-traditional arrest approaches. We are an industry leader in that space, but just recognizing that this is a crisis. And I'll just clarify too that I think due to some scheduling purposes, we'll be talking about the transition item in item 12 a little bit later.
There's a specific item for the transition center, so we can continue the conversation.
So I think I answered most of the questions.
I guess for me, Councilman, is what is the goal of the policy that you're thinking of bringing? And I appreciate you saying, look, there's this possibility, let's talk about it. I appreciate you bringing this to my attention and being part of the conversation that we've all been having at this table for at least 4 years, right? We all recognize and understand the needs and the crisis that is happening in our city. And it doesn't feel any better, but it is happening throughout the country. And we also, and as mayor, I see the need for real solutions. And we've talked about this in the previous item. The root of the problem that we see on our streets is beyond the services and resources that the city of Tucson can fund to be able to help. And Chief, I know that our officers are doing yeoman's work when it comes to providing safety for our community and trying to find answers to this particular problem. And as mayor, I believe that we need to create responses to the needs that we all see, especially based on information that is provided by our people on the ground, which is most of the time, 99% of the time, are police officers doing the work on the street. I think that getting to that piece, right, what is the goal of the policy is going to be an important one, because then we have to make sure that if it is trying to reduce drug use, period, right, whether it's in public or not, we need to make sure that the jurisdictions that are responsible for treatment of a public drug use or drug use period are at the table wanting to provide the services and resources that we need for the public health crisis that's happening on our street. So for me, I know that I've been working with the Board of Supervisors, the chair of the Board of Supervisors, for 3 years. As a matter of fact, I have been requesting a joint meeting since March of this year that the Board of Supervisors and the mayor and council sit down and meet. publicly have the conversation that we've been having in internal meetings, right? And make sure that people know and understand and hear the complexity of our systems, both justice systems and public safety systems, and then, of course, the resources and that system, and who is responsible for what, and how do we make that happen, right? So I've requested again that we have a joint meeting very specifically on this public health crisis and on unsheltered homelessness, because I firmly believe that on the Board of Supervisors side, there are services, the courts, the transition center, the jail system, the public health piece of all of this. We should bring them to the table and make sure that we are that we defined whose responsibility is whose and how they're going to get it done to deliver the safe city that each and every resident in the city of Tucson deserves. So I'll open it up. Karen, I know that you have some questions, and then Councilmember Cunningham
Thank you.
and Vice Mayor.
And thanks, Chief, and thanks, Councilmember Lee, for bringing this forward. And I really do appreciate it. As I listen to Ward 6 residents, I agree with you that this is something that we need clarity. We need to help people understand what's possible and what makes sense, what would be useful tools. And we need to figure out the resources and how to prioritize to get it done. And so I'm going to maybe talk a little longer than I intend to also, but there are just some things that I'd really like to say. You know, when I'm listening to folks, it is not, as you said, Chief, it's not about criminalizing addiction and homelessness. I hear from, as we all do, nurses, teachers, grandparents raising their grandkids who lost their parents to fentanyl, people in recovery, people who've been on the streets, and people who know their stuff too. I mean, they get it. And so one thought I have, and I don't know if it's a follow-up item, so anyway, you know, that's who I need to represent. I need to represent folks who are on the streets in my ward, as well as people who own 1,200 square foot brick bungalows off an alley where they just don't even feel safe taking their dog out, right? I mean, that's not okay. And it is about a perception, but the thing is that if enough troubling instances happen in our neighborhoods, it might only be 1 out of every 500 folks. But if somebody gets assaulted, or you know, a child witnesses something really disturbing, that builds, and people know it, and we don't know when that's going to happen or when it's not. So there is harm. There is harm. There's harm to self that we're witnessing, and there's harm to the community. And I certainly don't want to apologize for hearing that from my constituents. That's my job. And it's not out of malice. It's not out of misunderstanding. I mean, people have lost family members who've been on the streets. I hear from parents and brothers, to your point, Chad, family members who wish they could save their family members and wish that other people in this community didn't see their daughter doing fentanyl on the streets and bending over. So the pain being felt as a result of all this is deep. And so we want to and will do more. What I also want to share is, as I engage with constituents who really, like I said, not only know their stuff, I want to give a shout out to a couple of folks, one of whom is Cody, who shared with us some ideas for a tiered approach, which may require a new ordinance or not. Understanding that it is potentially a way, as you said, Chief, to, you know, jail's not the answer. Avoiding jail can be an incentive, though. And I'm sorry to sound harsh, but we know some truths here, and wish it weren't so. And jail certainly isn't the answer. Treatment and other opportunities are. And so a tiered approach and figuring out how we can leverage more so that your work and your team's work has greater impact could be beneficial to everybody who's addicted, who's touched by addiction, and who wants to see progress. So I really am grateful to have the conversation. In terms of next steps, what I'm wondering is, given that we've all engaged with so many constituents, you know, we have a lot of advisory boards. I know that that can just seem like a, you know, shifting it off. That's not my intent. I've been trying to study, you know, misdemeanors versus felonies versus justice court versus magistrates, and it's out of my realm. I don't think I'm ever really going to know my stuff. I trust you all, and I trust the people of Tucson, from the justice coalitions who say, how dare you criminalize, to the crime-free coalitions who say, look, at the transition center was an idea of theirs. And I probably don't agree with a lot of what the crime-free coalition might advocate for, but if this is an idea that came forward, I don't care who brought it forward. It's a good one. So maybe an ad hoc, time-limited advisory board where each member of the board is soups and the council appoints one or two folks to listen to the people who are going to implement, right? And figure out what makes sense. Cody, as an example, has outlined, as I said, an approach which seems very reasonable and smart, and he knows his stuff. And there are other people just who've touched my heart sharing their stories, and people who recognize, I want to say that David, who lost his son Gage recently to the streets, wow, you know what he wants to do? He wants to figure out how to fund longer-term treatment, because the funding for behavioral health sucks. Medicaid, even if you go into treatment, you get 30 days and you're expected to, you know, move on. And so even Medicaid, the health plans, we need a lot of people at the table. Maybe the jail board and the property taxes that fund the jail maybe could also fund an expansion to the transition center. There's just so much here that might be something to consider, so that we can engage people from all perspectives to make some recommendations to the board and to the council and maybe to the state legislature. The other thing I would say, and you know, everything's political and things are pretty hot right now, but you know, the federal government right now is talking about demanding treatment of people, right? You either go into treatment or go to jail. Or it's harsh. The tone is harsh. I tell you what, let's add to our federal agenda, fund those beds. Fund it. Because I know people who've wanted treatment or wanted to stay in treatment until they were solid, who could not get it or couldn't stay in it long enough. And so the feds need to stay with us. And again, I don't care why they fund it, I just would love to see them fund more of this. So I apologize for going on and on. I know we all feel this deeply, and I really especially want to appreciate the people in Ward 6. They are very solidly wanting to see us make progress here, and I think 99% are coming from the right place. And so I think there is an opportunity actually to make progress on this.
Yeah, I absolutely 100% agree with you, Councilmember Ulick. I think that, you know, all of us believe that a safe city for our community is our number one priority. We all believe that. And I would say the last 6 years, we have we, the mayor and council, with all of our department directors, including our Housing First and Police Department and our city manager, we've all bought in to creating evidence-based programs that, like Housing First, that provide resources. Where we are right now, I would say the last 2 years, we are seeing more and more the public health crisis of fentanyl and opioid misuse disorders in our street. And that is what is causing many in our community, including me, to be exasperated because the worst thing that you can tell me is that the city of Tucson is not doing anything about it. Because we have poured millions of dollars, including the time that our officers put into arresting, and many times not seeing prosecutions of open drug use and public use in our community and other issues that come with it. And so one of the areas that I have been asking Pima County to really look at, and we're going to have a conversation about the transition center, is to have a sobering alternative facility. Maybe that's in hand with the transition center, right? Where if there is an arrest, we can leverage the arrest and say, walk into the transition center and say, you can go into the sobering alternative facility or you can go into jail. Because there has to be consequences to people breaking the law. There has to. And many times, our officers arrest one person 10 times. And there's no consequence. And so we've got to be able to leverage, as the chief says, that arrest and say, we don't want to use jail. We are not interested in paying $500 the first night for sending someone to jail. We would much rather see that investment in a transition center, in a sobering alternative center. And that's where I think that we have to really bring our partners to the table, like Pima County and the state of Arizona, frankly, that is in charge of mental and behavioral health services, to see how we can fund it. And yes, absolutely. How does the federal government help fund this public health crisis that is happening throughout the country? One option is opioid settlement money. And that is where I have been pushing our appointees to the opioid settlement committee that we created with Pima County to be able to fund at least a pilot for a sobering alternative facility. And so we should not discount the opioid settlement money to put it to use to expand the transition center with our partners at Pima County and include a sobering alternative facility with them. The other piece that you talked about was ad hoc. I have been advocating to create a Safe City Task Force that we can activate and we can appoint to bring all these pieces together to help advise mayor and council and the board of supervisors as to what are the steps we need to take. And so absolutely agree. I'm sorry, I'm taking additional time, but this is an important conversation that we should be sharing our thoughts on. I know Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
We've brought up the county's partnership for a while. And we bring up the feds, and I appreciate you guys doing that. We brought it up a lot. I've been talking about the public health stuff for 2 years. They're not going to help us. We need to operate under the idea that they're not going to help us. If they do, great. I hope they do. I think they will at some point. But in the meantime, we've got to do with what we can do in front of us. So that's why I'm going to support the idea of having this misdemeanor ordinance. It gives us some flexibility and some balance. It gives us some options. You know, one of the things they say is you keep as many options as you can on the table. So this is an option. It helps us on a number of different levels in where you're splitting the difference on a misdemeanor felony arrest for possession. The other piece that I think is vital to this, though, is the interruption of the day. That's a big part of what's happened. We've gotten into a pattern where when we do make a felony arrest in a booking, not only does it cost us money, it yields zero results. Either there's no prosecution, the person's released, we lose an officer for 5 to 6 hours in paperwork, all the different, we've kind of gone over all this stuff. We got this. So the question is this tool, taking this tool and putting it in the toolbox, is it worth it? Will it create that impact? I know the word I'm looking for, but I'm old. So but will it create that impact in where that person may go to detox or whatever? But that's what we're looking for, that moment of clarity, that elusive moment of clarity. If we do this ordinance, there's another piece to this, and that is that I like the idea. We were going to do iPad court in the field, like at the car, but it seems like the noise is a little loud. But if you do the transport to an office some nearby that's reasonably secure, do the interview, do the iPad court, and then the person has to go back to whatever, you're at least getting some time where you're breaking the monotony and the miasma of what that daily thing is. And when you break that, you have an opportunity to find and create that moment of clarity to have that impact. So that's why I like this ordinance. It gives us that option. It has to be coupled with the community court in the field piece. Whether there's a short transport or there's a transport downtown, I don't really know. But I think it's important that that person's day is changed a little bit. It doesn't need to be, we don't need to be mean about it, but we just need to say, hey, today's a day that, no day but today is a day that you can do, something can change. And that's kind of where we've been stuck. I'll say this, I've been a big proponent of moving folks through. In other words, we have to believe that everyone's situation is fluid. If you are suffering from addiction, you're suffering from addiction today. Tomorrow could be something different. If you are facing incarceration, you may be facing incarceration today, but tomorrow could be something different. We have to continue to not stop thinking about tomorrow for every single person we're working with. So I think this gives us some options for our officers in the field, some pragmatic options. So I'm willing to go down this road, and I really think that Ward 4 is doing a great job in proposing this. It's funny to me that different groups have said this is a bad idea because it's criminalizing things, and then other people say this is a bad idea because it's decriminalizing things. Well, to me, then that means it's probably a reasonable proposal. So that's kind of where I stand with this piece, is that we put this option in, but we definitely have to approach it along with the community court program that we're already doing. I mean, we've seen it with the integrated interventions / SLOOP deployments, whatever we want to call them. When you have that misdemeanor engagement mechanism and the court mechanism all in the same stroke, you're making those impacts, and we're seeing them in increments. So that's why I'm on board with this. I think we'll talk about the transition center later. I really want to get an update to see kind of where they are and what they're going to do there. But at the end of the day, without the opportunity for public detox, public public rehab, and public sober living, we're not gonna get as far as we want. But at least we're the one that shakes the tree. We're the one that causes the impact. How the county responds and delivers the services they need, that's their job in public health. And we've got to make sure that people know that. But all we can do is give our team, both the HCD side and our field response, all the tools necessary to hopefully help people find that moment of clarity. And I think this will help us do that. I'll say that on the social services side for us, I think the opening that we're missing is within the courts. It takes resources, though. We don't have the resources we'd want to put into the courts. But I think there's things that that municipalities haven't done in the past, like electronic monitoring, about like sober living atonements, things like that, that are out there that are pretty cool. But I still think that sober living stuff, it's out there, but it's probably more a function of public health and like probation. And so we don't really have a probation department here in Pima County. I mean, here in Tucson, within the city. I mean, we do, but it's a little bit, it's kind of like a paperwork job. It's not like a field and engage people and mentor people job. So I think there's a lot of moving parts. But at the end of the day, for me, am I going to be able to say that we're doing everything we can, even if we turn this idea down? And I think no. I think we have to go down this road, give the misdemeanor arrest option, but add to it this field community court option. And if we have that, what we'll see is an impact. It won't, and guess what? It isn't. It's not just carting people off to jail. It's actually a better alternative. So those are my thoughts. Thanks to Ward 4 for bringing this up. Let's see. I mean, I don't know. I think we've all talked about this. The elephant in the room is there's this ridiculous balance right now where we're really sitting there saying we don't want to criminalize anybody and send anybody to jail who's not a danger, but at the same time, we want people who don't want help to get help. So how do you make that balance? We have to find balance. Well, I think this program potentially can give us some of that balance. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. Vice Mayor.
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Chief Kasmar, I'm curious, when the police officers are interacting with folks who are actively using, what that looks like, because, what we see is people not really conscientious or able to have a logical conversation about what's happening. So curious what that interaction has been.
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, it depends on where you get them. You all drive around town every day and you can see folks with SUD in different levels of crisis or different levels of use, depending on if they're on a fentanyl swing or they're on a methamphetamine swing. I think when we see, some of the high-profile acts of violence that are small in numbers and not centralized in any one geographic space, but have gotten a lot of media attention, or where folks are probably more on a meth swing than a fentanyl opiate swing, synthetic opiate swing. So it becomes difficult. Some are non-responsive and need medical attention, like the ones that are bent in half or laying down or they're unresponsive. All the way to we get calls for folks that are committing crimes that we have contact with that can have, yes, they committed a crime, we have contact with them and they're in crisis and their body temperature is over 105 degrees, and we've had a few of those over the summer. So it's constantly evolving, and a lot of it's on environmental factors too of where they're at. And I'll tell you, just great question, because at today's deployment, we found a couple. And as those of us with lived experience with this, it's not unusual for the male side of a couple to utilize his female partner for prostitution activities to support both of their habits and to survive and to live and to be involved in sex trade. And that was happening just today, and we were able to have that intervention and get the two separated and get the female the support and help that she needed to hopefully make different decisions. So maybe that's one of those rock bottom situations that we're all talking about today. Again, I saw those lived experiences growing up in Tucson with my uncle. And when we had his children, because when he was clean, he was a great dad, he was a great uncle, he was a great partner to his spouse, and when he was using, he was prostituting her out. So it's a wide range. The public safety team works every day. Again, I'll remind everybody, the emergency communications peels off 1,000 calls a month of folks living in crisis that are ready for resources. So this just isn't a police and fire and cashew and our homeless protocol team members that are involved. It's really all hands on deck.
Yeah, well, it sounds that at a point of contact, probably immediately, there's some kind of medical intervention that needs to take place as well. So I'm curious, because I'm not sure that I'm hearing from you that you're super convinced that this will address a lot of, the community kind of needs at this moment. But I'm curious if you could walk us through what it would look like, like what does a misdemeanor look like? Is there still an arrest? Is it just a paper arrest? Like what happens when somebody gets charged for this?
Sure. Great question. Honorable Mayor, members, council member, or Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I've heard the same question in recent statement about our median ordinance. And well, why do we create it? We still see people in the medians. So just again, there's 400 patrol resources that keep this community safe 24/7, over 250 geographic square miles, 33rd largest city in the country. And we use that tool. It's a tool for us to use, right? It doesn't mean that as soon as Mayor and council bless that tool that we can immediately have safe spaces and having folks not living in crisis out on our medians. This tool, I actually am in support of it. So let me be clear. I am in support if we fail collectively as a team to influence different decision-making with the Pima County Attorney's Office specifically, then the next solution should be either we continue to have dialogue with the City Attorney's Office on do we leverage our misdemeanor arrests that should be falling in Superior Court to Justice Court, or do we move them to our own court where we feel like we have better odds of leveraging those folks into treatment within our own resources? I can't give a definitive, and I certainly want to create space for the city manager to also have dialogue and contributions to this conversation, but this would be an additional tool for us to use, and as I stated earlier, it would give us a tool that would appropriately track the fact that it is a narcotics possession that traditionally would be processed through the county partners, but due to a variety of reasons, it's not, and we're taking control of that, and we're trying to be responsive to our own community and leveraging those arrests into a variety of different options. It could be video alternative to jail. It could be drop-offs at the transition center, which I am a huge advocate for, and it's one of our key things we should be proud of that we've contributed to the last 2 years financially and investing in, and I hope that we scale that, what is a high-functioning pilot into a program. As the mayor stated, that program could evolve also into SAFER. Those are ongoing dialogues I hope we have in item 12. But I do think it's a tool that could be leveraged. And I think even going through the exercise of drafting the tool has created more conversation and more space than I've seen. And we've been having this dialogue for 2 years within our body of government to find solutions. Because at the end of the day, if 50% of any of your work was being thrown away every day, we would make different decisions. So the officers are very frustrated. The community is very frustrated. I'm trying to not be frustrated, and my job is to try to collaborate with all of our partners and find solutions. And I think this could be another tool for us to use in trying to find different outcomes for really complex situations.
Thank you, Chief. And I also want to thank, Councilmember Lee for bringing this forward and us having this exercise of speaking about how these two truths exist about our neighbors are rightfully frustrated and scared when they see public drug use happening in our parks, our sidewalks, our bus stops, and at the same time that we know that most people who are using drugs are also sick and need help. And so I would want to add to the conversation that I continue to support the goal of diversion first as a tool. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable moving forward with how the ordinance is right now, because I think some of the other considerations we need to be thinking about is does the transition center have capacity? So could the county and the transition center have an MOU saying that they have the capacity and available treatment and expansion, and what it would cost them? Also a document from the city attorney of how a city misdemeanor would interact with state law and prosecutorial authority. A fiscal analysis for TPD, city court, and the city prosecutor for a funding source for this. Also a racial equity impact assessment and engagement plan that includes people with lived experience. And also thinking of this more as like a pilot, a 6 to 12 month, time frame to narrow the offense definitions, having also measurable metrics, and the ability for us to review anything before it becomes permanent. And so I understand that there is, we're trying to do something, but we need to take a lot into account before we just put a new ordinance in place.
Yeah, I think that the step that we need to take is be able to have a working group, an internal working group, so that we can take a look at what other cities, like the city of Seattle, passed an ordinance that really made the pathway to treatment an important part of the solution. And so there are several cities around the country that have passed similar ordinances. We should take a look at what they've done. I've called the mayor of Seattle, Washington. They passed a similar ordinance about 2 years ago, and we're in communication just to see how they went about it, what are the consequences of the ordinance, where they need to put additional funding in, because I agree with you, Vice Mayor, that we have to take a look at what additional investments we need to make to be able to expand. Is it, is it going to be another magistrate? Is it expanding our own community court? And so there are things that we need to take under consideration. I mean, I've been thinking of putting together a Safe City task force to be able to deal with these issues. We have a working group with Pima County that brings in the city attorney, county attorney, courts, TPD, sheriff. It's a huge group, but we've kind of put a working group together. On that, we can continue the conversation there. But in the spirit, as Councilwoman Lee says, in the spirit of taking the reins and taking action, I think that we need to start with an internal working group and then decide whether we need to bring other experts into the table to put together the possibility of an ordinance to get this done. And also, really, we are a big partner on the opioid settlement funds. We need to work with that committee to say, this is where we need the money. I mean, really. We've done it once before in having them start a sobering alternative facility pilot. That's in the process of it being, there's a request for proposals out, and they're going to start working on who submitted for the Safer Center piece, but we need action. I have on my grease board in my office a responsibility map and action map. A responsibility map, who's responsible, what jurisdiction is responsible for what. And so I've decided that I'm going to start sending, I've been doing calls, I've been doing a lot of asking. I think that sending letters requesting both the state and the county to act on their responsibilities is an important step for me, and that's where I'm going to continue acting on to help move this issue. But Councilwoman Lee, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I don't know if you agree with putting together a working group and then with the possibility of creating a Safe City task force, but I think that internal discussions are appropriate so that we can decide on the next steps, because I know that we're going to need resources to expand this work and potentially come up with an ordinance that makes sense and is a real path to treatment. Councilmember Perez and then Councilmember Dahl.
I think you kind of just touched on it, Mayor, but I think I just want to start out by saying thank you, Nikki, for really always being the one to dive in deep for us on some of the issues lately like this. It's known to everyone at this table, there are a number of us who have faced lived experiences in this particular issue. And so, I'll start out by saying I'm in support of moving in this direction, but I think that like this particular issue, in being so nuanced, I think that an ordinance in this direction will also be nuanced. And so, I think I would be in support of establishing a kind of a working group of some sort to really account for all the moving pieces. I know that our courts are already inundated with a number of different issues, and ultimately capacity will be something that if we truly want to see diversion as a stepping stone, the courts need to be able to actually support that work. And so, I think it would be my intention to support moving in that direction. Yeah.
Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. I've appreciated the insights and the questions from my colleagues, and thank you, Councilmember Lee, for bringing it to us, and Vice Mayor, your insightful questions. This might be an aside, but one of my constituents in discussing this wondered if alcohol has a similar problems. Now, I know there's a lot of DUI that we deal with, but is alcohol, it seems to me that it used to be much more of a problem on the streets. Have we seen the switch to drugs, or is it still out there? And is there some, sobriety includes all of this, but are we including that in our discussions?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Dahl, certainly drinking alcohol and managing a substance use sometimes with a disorder in alcohol still happens. It frequently happens in houses instead of out in public spaces. I think, frankly, fentanyl, it's a cost. It's just, it's accessibility. It's the impact of the addiction. And as you know, carfentanyl's coming, it's here as well, and we'll see more and more of that as well. So I still think it is certainly, it's something that we're out doing arrests. In fact, we just added 4 motor officers to address. It's still speed and alcohol are contributors to our traffic fatality numbers. But it's certainly not seeing the drive and the impact like fentanyl. It's something that's wildly different in the polydrug use with fentanyl and methamphetamine.
Alrighty, so I have a couple of questions. Mr. Manager, what are the logistics pertaining to the possibility? What are the logistics and possible funding investments that we would need for implementation of a program like this? Specifically because what I've heard around the table is that we need to leverage arrest to push for a pathway to treatment. And so can you talk a little bit about logistics and funding needs and possible expansion of treatment and alternatives to jail, and then resources to city court and city prosecutor?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thank you for that question. And the logistics are pretty well tied to that question about cost and investment in the courts, and many of you talked about it. Whether there's a local ordinance or we rely on the underlying ordinances, there is a need for additional court capacity. That includes 1 or more magistrates, because we have the community court, but we need more than that. It's just 1 day a week or 1 day every other week. It needs to be more full-time and reliable. That includes defense attorneys, that includes prosecutors, that includes care coordinators. So all of that, all in order to process these cases, is approximately $1.5 million a year. So we would need to be working on the funding for that. The police are already funded, but they'll be doing this work instead of other work. So that'll be something that we look at. How many cops do we have on the street? How do they process work? What choices are they making? So the logistics are, does the officer have clarity on what they can do? And then it's really about the court piece. How do we invest in the courts to be able to leverage the treatment or the jail? The Safer Center pilot is an important step that the opioid settlement funds are moving toward having an additional resource for the treatment piece. But ultimately, we've recognized for a long time that we need a more significant investment in a number of beds in order to have that treatment be widely available and reliable. So we do have some work to do. I would say this occurs whether we have the ordinance or not. It's a very similar level of effort. The outcome I think you're seeking is action being taken on these offenses that are occurring to leverage people into the treatment or the choices that they need to make. So while we need our partners in many of these areas, and one could argue about who should be processing these court cases, if the city were to lean in, I would say it's heavily in that city court scenario with the defenders and the prosecutors to make that work. And we can bring that back to you as a more formal proposal.
I also, and I'll have you finish, Councilman, I just have additional thoughts. I also want to make sure that it's not about the work that has been done by our officers is being done. And as Chief Casmar said, 50% of that work is being thrown out. So the work is already being done. I think I want to make sure that the work to be able to find the people that are selling illegal, illicit drugs is not left behind, because there are many areas, especially hot spots, that we need to continue going after the people that are actually selling, right? That are actually making these drugs available for our community and poisoning people. And so that is something that Chief Casmar and I have been talking through. There is a lot of diligent work that's being done by our police department to make sure that we don't leave that behind, because it's an equally important piece. And then lastly, are there any existing, and this is for our city attorney, are there any existing ordinances on the books that can be utilized or expanded that serve a similar purpose other than creating a new ordinance?
Thank you, Mayor. That's a good question. In terms of city ordinances, it's not necessarily the case that we would expand their use. But I know Chief Casmar and his team do a very good job of bringing the kinds of cases that we usually engage with over fentanyl and those sorts of things, including unlawful possession of prescription drugs, unlawful possession of paraphernalia. Those have been very successful in city court and community court to bring people in to get them to address their issues.
Alrighty, and I asked that question because I want to know if there's something that we can start off from that is being used in the city of Tucson already, or if we have to create a brand new ordinance, and then we can see other cities that have done this to see if we would want to model a new ordinance or a existing ordinance that we already have on the books, so that we can expand that particular work that has to be done with this. With that, I'm gonna have Councilman Lee have the last word, and then we're gonna have to take a break.
Yes.
And then come back and finish the study session.
Okay, thank you. And thank each of you for your thoughtful comments. I knew this was going to be a very sensitive issue with the community and with all of us at the table. So I really appreciate everyone's openness and honesty in the conversation. Mayor, you asked what my policy goal is with this, and it's just public safety, right? We have the public safety tasking, the county has the health department tasking, so I'm really focused on what we can do in terms of public safety. Appreciate all the feedback. I really do love the idea. I know everyone says let's form another committee, but I like that. I think that that's what everyone feels most comfortable with. Tim, from a timing standpoint, because I know we have this conversation about every 60 days, do you feel like 60 days would be enough time to assemble and have some feedback from a group of folks in the next 60 days?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So that would be step one toward exploring what we may have an existing ordinance to expand or something new that would be covered there. The other piece that I want to go back to the chief really quickly on, and to your point, Mayor, about putting questions in writing is Chief, you mentioned a parallel path that may provide some relief in terms of criteria, prosecution criteria and felony waiver. If that's something that we could work together to get from the county attorney, would that unstick you in a certain way? And maybe that's a path we can also request in parallel? That clarity for you guys?
Honorable Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Lee, absolutely, I think it should work in conjunction, and I just want to be super, super clear. I'm not in support of this because I'm looking to decriminalize personal use drugs or possession of narcotics. I'm just working like you to unstick the fact that we don't currently have a waiver that allows us to charge the underlying felony as a misdemeanor, like we do in other cases, like domestic violence, when it's not prosecuted as a felony. So absolutely, the answer is yes, we should do both.
Okay, and just logistically, Tim or Mayor, who would be the actual person to send the request over on behalf of the chief?
I've had a few conversations with our county attorney about what the city of Tucson needs, and the definition, right, of possession. And so since she is an elected official, I think that we need two letters. I think we need one to the county attorney to have her write to us what are prosecutable offenses and define that for us. But I think we also need a letter to the Board of Supervisors so that they could talk to us about the expansion of a transition center and the possibility of a sobering alternative facility. So I think there's two letters that need to be sent in writing so that we can get responses in writing for us to be able to show our community as well.
Okay.
And I'm willing to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. And then
And the state as well, by the way. We shouldn't forget
Yes.
the responsibilities that the state has on behavioral mental health issues.
Well, you literally read my notes from all the way over here, because in parallel to this, as we've talked about this being a puzzle and all of the gaps, and Councilmember Ulick, you talked about the treatment. In exploring this and looking at what it would take to get someone from where they're at through, a transformational process for them, that 60, 90-day treatment, there are not enough beds in our community to support that duration of treatment, and a lot of those providers don't take Medicaid. So there's a big gap there. If we're looking further down the field at how we truly have a long-term impact, there's still gaps there. When I visited Kate at the Transition Center, Kate Dobler was there. She is the State Opioid Treatment Authority for Arizona, and she lives here in Southern Arizona, and she was at the meeting. And so that was a really helpful conversation to look at how Access can be a better partner, opioid settlement funds. So in parallel, Tim, I don't know who would be the person to help look at those other gaps along the way, whether it's us or with the Transition Center, but we have to do that in parallel too, right? Or we're going to put people through a 2-week or 30-day treatment program, and then they're going to be right back in the same cycle. So that has to happen in parallel.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, we're hearing you loud and clear, and I think we have the partnerships in place to do that assessment. Liz Morales from my team has been leading a lot of these conversations as well and has performed some levels of gaps analysis. So I think we're not starting from ground zero on this piece, and we'll be able to meet the 60 days.
And we're good. We don't need a motion, right? We have the things we need from me. Okay, thank you.
Alrighty, so thank you, Councilman Lee. Thank you, Chief, Mr. Manager, good conversation. We're going to take a little bit of a break, 5-minute break, and then come back to the next item. study session. We're starting with item 7. Time has been set aside for a discussion direction to staff, from staff, regarding the voter-approved infrastructure investment programs, including Proposition 101, Proposition 407, and 411. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, here today are Director of Transportation and Mobility, Sam Credio, and Director of Parks and Recreation, Lara Hamway, and they'll be representing the work of many of our teams and staffs and departments in delivering these voter-approved initiatives. There's a lot for them to cover, so without further ado, I'll turn it over to the team to guide us through.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. We're going to dive right into our presentation because we do have a lot to cover in a short amount of time. I want to first start with this map. I think it's a great visual representation of all of the investments that are being made with these voter-approved initiatives across the city. What you can see here is that we are touching almost every single corner of our city with these improvements, and so keep this map in mind as we go through the presentation. We're going to start out with Proposition 101, also known as Tucson Delivers, Better Streets, Safer City. This proposition was approved in spring of 2017 by a yes vote of just shy of 62%. It was a half-cent sales tax for 5 years that was intended to collect $250 million. Actual taxes collected were $312 million. I'll first cover the Tucson Delivers Better Streets, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague, Director Hamway, to take it from there. The program for Better Streets allocated $100 million for road repair. $60 million of that was for arterial streets and $40 million for neighborhood streets. We love great before and after photos, and so you can see here just some of the work that was done across our city, including in Westgate, San Rafael, Coronado Heights, and Camino Seco. Again, for this portion of the sales tax, while $100 million was allocated, we actually collected $132 million. So where are we at with the program? Well, I'm happy to report that the residential program has been completed. We are still working on a few of the key projects for the arterial program. We're about 95% complete. Two segments that are currently under construction are Park Avenue, which is expected to be complete by the end of this year. And then I'm sure many of you have seen 5th Street Country Club de Wilmot has been under construction and will be under construction through the middle of 2027. And I want to highlight that for just a moment because this was an opportunity that we partner with Tucson Water to do major water line replacement as part of this program. And so right now, that is the work that's going on. We're replacing that water main down 5th Street. Once that work is completed, then we will pave the road and that project will be complete. Other segments that we have in the pipeline that will begin over the next, actually later next year, will be all of our downtown streets. So Church Avenue, Alameda, Main, and 10th Avenue. And then we also have 6th Avenue to round out that list. And so with that, I will turn it over to Director Hamway to take it from here.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So I'm going to touch on Tucson Delivers Safer Cities. Terry, the project manager, is here in case you guys have any questions later. So the goals of Safer City was capital and equipment investment for public safety. Projected tax collection was $150 million, but they actually collected $187 million. To date, completed includes new marked police patrol vehicles, ballistic vests, fire apparatus, turnout gear. 8 of the 9 fire station remodels are currently complete. 2 of the 5 fire station rebuilds are completed. 1 of the 3 police facilities is completed, and 2 are currently under construction and will be completed by the end of next calendar, or end of 2025 calendar year. Terry included some photos before and after, just like Sam said, the kitchen, the new fire truck, who doesn't love a new shiny fire truck, new AEDs, the evidentiary storage, and body-worn cameras, just for your reference. Hold on. And so he also provided kind of a project map, everything that's been completed to date, everything that's currently in some phase of status, whether it's scheduled to complete this year or pending permit issuance or under construction. Next steps for Prop 101. Construction continues on the Southside Public Safety Complex, which is addressing both police and fire needs. Phase 1 will be completed at the end of this year, and so then TPD will move into that facility. Phase 2 will be completed in the summer of next year, and that's when fire will move into the portion of that facility. The final remaining facility project, Fire Station Number 3, which is in the final stages of negotiation with the CMAR contractor, and the project is scheduled to be completed early summer of 2027. Over to Prop 407, Tucson Delivers, Great Parks and Strong Connections. This prop was passed in the fall of 2018 by a margin of 55.87%. We do have a Parks and Connections Oversight Commission that we do work with as we move along into this bond delivery. The bond authorization was $225 million, and to date, we have $111 million sold. And the program duration is intended to be 9 years. Yep. For the parks portion, we were the benefit of $133 million with the goals to address deferred maintenance and to deliver new and updated amenities at parks and recreation facilities across the city. So far to date, we have 153 completed projects, 70 are currently active, and I'll give a little more detail on that in the next slide, and 119 are upcoming. Some of the pictures that we wanted to highlight is who doesn't love a brand new park? We Barrio Nepal that we opened just a few weeks ago, currently under construction, Santa Rita Park. And then to kind of highlight what deferred maintenance looks like, parking lots. So over at Himmel Park, we had a pretty poor condition parking lot that was completed, I believe, last year. So the phasing of, for the parks portion of Prop 407, we divided it into 3 segments. Phase 1, you see, is a pretty long line, in part because the starting off point was during somewhat COVID times, and we did have some delays, supply chain, accessibility, just getting projects off the line, a little bit of a struggle, but we're catching up, and we have a few that just are pending closeout for us to narrow down Phase 1. Phase 2 has some of the largest segments of projects, Jacobs Park, Mission Manor Aquatic Complex, lots of good things going on. And then Phase 3, you'll see that we did commence that in 2024. And what happened is if there was a project that was tied to a safety concern, we would go to our commission and ask for permission to start that project early so that we could address it since it was already called out in the bond. And it allowed us to not only deliver, but deliver early. Okay. Next steps. So as I mentioned, we have 70 active projects, 22 are currently in construction, 8 are wrapping up in the procurement process, 2 are in permitting, 25 in design, and we have additional 13 that are in active planning. The current large-scale projects, as I mentioned already, Jacobs Park and Ochoa Soccer Complex, Santa Rita, and of course Mission Manor. The remaining large-scale projects ahead, Robert Price Senior Park, which is a brand new park to come into inventory, Morris K. Udall Park, and Lincoln Regional Park. And we'll be continuing to focus on delivering all of those programs and seeking additional funding. We've been ongoing in terms of partnering up with AZ State Parks, utilizing impact fees, applying for any grants that are available, because as the cost to deliver supplies, labor impacts, has impacted our 407 projects, we've done a really good job of aggressively seeking additional funding. For strong connections over in the DTM sector, building out the bicycle boulevard master plan, completing greenways and sidewalks, adding street lighting and shared use paths to support multimodal low-stress transportation network. Bond allocation was $91 million with a 52 of projects. Currently, 10 projects have been completed. Those have provided improved walking and biking connectivity and accessibility between neighborhoods, parks, schools, shopping, and jobs. There are 5 projects currently in construction: Arroyo Chico Greenway, Treat Ave to Country Club Road, 8th Street Bicycle Boulevard Bike Hawks, 8th Avenue Bicycle Boulevard Bike Hawk, 5th, 6th Street Pedestrian Safety and Walkability, and portions of the Kenyon Sarnoff Bicycle Boulevard. And then there are currently 31 projects that are in the design process. Next steps for the Tucson Delivers Strong Connections. DTM will continue to deliver Proposition 407 projects to the community. The remaining 37 projects not yet in construction are anticipated to break ground by 2028, and all Strong Connection projects are anticipated to be complete by 2030. Back over to Sam.
All right, thanks so much, Lara. And so rounding out things is Proposition 411, probably one of my most favorite things to talk about. We call it Tucson Delivers Better Streets, Safe Streets. It was passed in May of 2022. We had an overwhelming yes margin of just above 73%, and it represents a historic investment in our neighborhood streets of $740 million over 10 years, 80% of that going to our street improvements and 20% going to safe streets. We've actually collected to date $237 million and some change for the program. So I'll run through this pretty quickly. We've had a pretty good start on the program. The initial project list, you all may remember, we developed a list of projects that we wanted to get out the door as quickly as possible. We did hold a celebration in every single ward, and thank you all for participating in those, that we could celebrate with the neighbors about these neighborhood improvements. We're now wholly in that phase one project phase. We did develop three-year phases. That was the way we broke up the program. And I do want to note that while we're working on phase one, thanks to the Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission, we did approve phase two, and by default, phase three as well. So we now have the entire program identified in terms of which streets are going to be receiving a treatment when. So again, here's just a couple of pictures, upcoming projects in construction. You can kind of see all the phases of the program there. I also love a freshly paved road. So that's just the transportation geek in me. We have, as I mentioned, there's $590 million allocated to the Better Streets program. We're just over 189 million actual projects, actual revenue collected. So here's where we're at in the program. We have completed 109 neighborhood projects. I can't stress enough how much work that represents for our community. We are almost at 34% of all of Tucson's local streets that either have been completed or are under contract right now. I also want to throw a really cool stat at you. You know, at the end of every fiscal year, we get a report on our pothole claims. And I'm happy to report that from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, our claims dropped from 417 to 131 claims. So I think that means we're doing something right. And lastly, we're doing something really cool with recycled asphalt pavement. As we pull out this old pavement, we're actually grinding it up and reusing it in the new projects that we are working on. So where do we go from here? We're just going to continue to crank away on phase one. As I mentioned, the Independent Oversight and Accountability Commission approved phase two, so we can start some active planning on those projects. And a key element of success for this is just continue coordination with all the utility providers. We want to make sure that we can take advantage of those opportunities to upgrade any underground utilities before we get in there and make those roadway improvements. One of the number one questions I get is, when is my street going to be paved? And so we've provided this link in the PDF that'll be posted online. You can click on the link. This is an interactive map where you can actually zoom in and see exactly where your neighborhood is at and when it's planned to receive a treatment. Now let's talk just briefly about the Safe Streets program. We can't overlook how important it is to invest in the safety of our streets. And so 20% of this program is allocated to that. And the two pictures you see on the screen here are just wonderful examples of where we've been able to utilize these dollars. The Silverbell Road project was actually a Proposition 101 paving project that we layered 411 safety dollars to create a really cool complete street environment there. And if you haven't had a chance to check it out, it's a really great place to ride a bicycle, as well as the Toucan at 9th and Euclid. So here's where we're at with the Safe Streets program. We have 58 street safety projects completed. A bulk of those our traffic signal technology upgrades. We are upgrading about half of our traffic signals across the city. We've also completed 3 bike boulevards, 4 corridors, received pedestrian improvements, and 2 protected bike lanes installed. And that is one of the protected bike lanes there on the screen. It's our award-winning Stone Avenue cycle track that is not far from where we're sitting right now. We've won multiple awards for this, and it's an excellent example, again, of where we layered 101 paving dollars with 411 safety dollars. The other thing I want to highlight too, in addition to our 16 projects that we have in design, is that we've begun to roll out the Safe Streets mini grant program. A small portion of this sales tax is allocated to safety improvements in neighborhoods, and through this mini grant program, you can see we're already having an impact on improving safety across neighborhoods in our city. Next steps on the Safe Streets program, we are continuing to work with our Complete Streets Coordinating Council, who is the oversight body for the Safe Streets portion. They have approved a 7-year funding strategy for the Safe Streets program. We are utilizing a layering approach, so we're trying to layer the dollars from the paving side, the collector side, and the Safe Streets side to create really impactful projects. And we are almost done here. Whoops, went a little too far. So I can't mention 411 without mentioning some of the local commitments that we made to voters if they approve 411. And that was in the form of public safety investments of $18 million annually for 5 years, as well as the Collector Street program, $15 million annually, $11 million of that coming from Highway User Revenue Fund and another $4 million from the general fund to repair our collector streets. And I'll talk about that first, and here's a perfect example of a street that's completely failed, and we were able to use these collector dollars to repave it. We currently have 39 roadway segments that were approved, and we utilized the IOAC to help approve those collector streets as part of the recommendation with 411. 15 have been completed, 6 are under construction, and 18 are either in design or planning. Just to give you a sense of scale, this is what that looks like across the city. All the green projects are complete, and the blue ones are either underway or nearing construction. And then here's just a brief overview of the public safety investment. Again, we're continuing to invest in public safety in the form of fleet needs, IT needs, infrastructure, and we're right on track in terms of spending for this program. And with that, I always want to take an opportunity to thank the Tucson voters. Without their support, we would not be able to do these projects. These projects have a real and tangible benefit to our community, and you can see that on the screen here. And last but not least, I want to thank all the staff from all the various departments that work on this program. These programs represent a tremendous amount of work by our staff, and they're working tirelessly to deliver these programs for our community. And with that, Mayor, we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments? Councilmember Perez?
I was just going to ask, how frequently is the Better Streets interactive map updated?
Great question. So we have so much work going on. We try to update it as often as we can. It's very likely that some of the stats in the presentation have already changed because we're moving that quickly.
Got it. Thank you. And then is it possible to get a roster of the Safe Streets mini grants program recipients delineated by ward to see comparatively who has project completions across the city?
Mayor, Councilmember Perez, I believe we can provide that information to you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any others?
No, I also just wanted to say thank you to both of you. It's been probably one of my favorite things about being in office, being able to deliver on these neighborhood streets, these arterial roads, and these park improvements. So thank you so much for that work.
Ditto. I mean, it is really amazing to be able to have the funds to invest in our parks and safe connections and bicycle boulevards and our roads, our residential roads, our collectors. I mean, it's wonderful. Sorry. It's just wonderful to see, especially because for so many years we had deferred maintenance and not any kind of investment in both our parks and our roads. And so seeing it come into fruition is really good. So thank you so much for the report and good work. Alrighty, and we move on to item 8. This time is reserved for mayor and council to discuss the recommended amendments to the compensation plan adopted on June 3rd, 2025. The amendments are scheduled for approval during this evening's regular meeting. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to bring this item at study session and then ultimately tonight for consideration. When you adopted the comp plan for this year and the budget for this year, you signaled a tremendous emphasis on employee investment. And you've lived up to that reputation by doing things like an annual pay progression almost across the board. You've corrected some salary placement for a number of employees, but the work's not done. The other thing you adopted was some market adjustments for a number of staff. And as we rolled out that information and we took feedback from our local labor unions and our employees, there were a number of additional things that we were asked to evaluate, which we've done that work, and we're actually bringing you more employee investment to consider today. Anna Rosenberry will go through that details with you here in a moment. But the key part is we wanted to honor your intentions with respect to the employees and be as responsive as we could to what your goals are for employee investment while being fiscally responsible. So one of the things I want to note today is while we're adding a number of additional market salary adjustments for a number of staff, we came in under budget on the first round of in-range pay placements. So this is fully funded within your current budget for dollars that you had already allocated for employee investment. So I'm hoping it's a relatively easy conversation for you, but I don't count on that until we're through the firestorm with you. But with that, we hope this is all good news across the board. And with that, I'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager and Chief Financial Officer, who also oversees Human Resources, Anna Rosenberry.
Thank you, Tim, Mayor and members of the council. So yes, this is a very good news item and represents a bunch of additional work that's been ongoing since the adoption of the comp plan occurred on June 3rd. That if approved tonight on consent, will result in additional employees receiving market compensation adjustments beyond what was approved on June 3rd. So as the city manager said, that's very good news. As you're all aware, the development of the compensation plan for fiscal 26 took a different approach. It's a very comprehensive plan seeking to make adjustments for employee compensation in a number of different ways. Placement within a range, adjustments for market. As a part of that plan, we've also implemented and successfully delivered on employee evaluation performance reviews across the entire organization, completed those in June. That hadn't been done organization-wide in more than a decade. So we're really taking this opportunity to try to address compensation with an eye towards solid performance over really a 3-year rolling cycle. We brought forward the plan to you for adoption of the fiscal 26 portion, but have really been talking with employees, labor groups, and using a planning horizon that is 3 years, fiscal 26, 27, and 28. Each of those years portion of the comp plan will come before you at the appropriate time for adoption. And we've tried to be transparent about how we see that 3-year horizon working. So that over that 3-year period, we have an organization-wide look and attention to market wages and an organization-wide look at how in-range placement is working for employees. So again, we're embarking on an ambitious plan. We're just getting started into implementation of year 1, and this is additional good news for added market adjustments. Let's see. So I will show you what those proposed additional market adjustments are right after I mention the fact that we're also working to resolve all of the disputes that were filed related to the plan that you approved in June. We addressed 89 of the disputes by June 3rd, but there were 5 remaining disputes that we continued to work on. The results in this recommendation address those disputes and should close those disputes going forward. So our recommended additions to the compensation plan, the first addition we're recommending is addressing fire captain compensation, recommending that they receive a 2% market salary adjustment for each year for the next 3 years. That's that 3-year look. And this recommendation follows the same methods as were adopted for other ranks within the Tucson Fire Department. An additional recommendation is that we took a look at the market salaries for fire command positions, battalion chiefs and deputy chiefs. And calculations were done by an external consultant to derive midpoints and medians for our comparators, with a recommendation to implement these market adjustments similar to other market salary adjustments that were adopted for the non-command ranks within the fire department. Battalion chiefs are recommended to receive a 3.67% market salary adjustment each year for the next 3 years. Fire deputy chiefs are recommended to receive a 5.67% market salary adjustment. And as we did this market review, it was noted by the consultant doing the work and as well as our team's review that there's an element of City of Tucson's pay for fire command positions that is not customary within our comparators, and that is that they currently receive paramedic patch pay within the fire command ranks. We're recommending and would incorporate into fiscal 26's recommended compensation plan that paramedic patch pay be phased out in October of 2026, again, because it's not a customary element of pay among our comparators. As we took a look within police command positions, we also have additional recommendations for market adjustments for lieutenant, captain, assistant chief, and deputy chief job titles. Those weren't originally included in the market survey work for fiscal 26, but we, again, sought to have that work done in June and July. And those calculations were done by the external consultant based on a midpoint and median of comparators basis with an implementation recommendation that's similar to the market salary adjustments for non-command within police. We have updated our recommendation regarding police lieutenants, and that was done very recently. It was done yesterday. We made our additional recommendation for police lieutenants available to employees and the public by posting that as a part of the materials for today's study session conversation and the ordinance adoption on consent. And I'll talk a little bit about that additional recommendation after I walk through these salary increases across the board here. So for lieutenants, we're recommending that they receive a 3% market salary adjustment. Captains are recommended to receive a 5.33% salary adjustment. Assistant police chiefs to receive a 2.67% market adjustment, and deputy police chiefs to receive a 3.33% market salary adjustment. Again, these are percentages that we would apply to all 3 years of the plan. When it comes to implementation for the lieutenants' salary increases, we're making a special recommendation on implementation. And that is that for lieutenants, their starting base wage would begin at the midpoint of the pay range for lieutenants, and that they would be placed within that range according to the comp ratio based on their time in position, and that there would be a minimum adjustment for any lieutenant of 3%. And Again, this would be implemented October 5th, 2025. This recent implementation recommendation would have an additional cost of $400,000, bringing our total estimated cost to $1.6 million. That's a $400,000 increase on our original recommendation of $1.2 million. Tim, do you want to talk a little bit about how that recommendation came together?
Thank you, Anna. So Honorable Mayor, members of the council, one of the things that's been evident is not only were our lieutenants in the TPD ranks behind market, they were actually compressed down toward the sergeants. So when we've run our last few lieutenant recruitments, these are generally internal people seeking to promote. We found most of our folks would either not compete or turn down the promotion based on wages because of the compression between the lieutenant rank and the sergeant rank. And so we worked with our Tucson Police Command Association and our police chief to look at if we were to invest additional dollars, which are limited, but if we were to do one thing that could help really improve retention within police, especially of our tenured folks, it was at this lieutenant rank. And doing that midpoint and above placement was found to be probably the #1 action we could take to really affect that immediately. And the reason we brought it to you now instead of mid-year when we're considering, further things is they're about to run the next lieutenant recruitment next month. So we thought, let's not wait, let's not miss an opportunity, let's get that done. So our TPD, sergeants and others interested in promoting to lieutenant have the incentive to do so.
Thank you. So that summarizes our recommendations in the public safety areas. We also have some additional recommendations in the non-public safety positions. When adoption of the plan occurred in June, we talked about the need to do some additional work related to market positions that were recommended for market adjustments and how that impacted related supervisors of those positions. So we have a number of recommendations that are related to supervisors that weren't included in the June 3rd recommendation. We're recommending that we increase the pay bands for our accounting clerk supervisor, transportation superintendent, water operations supervisor, parks maintenance coordinator, and the water service locator jobs. In reviewing those relationships between positions and their supervisors, we also took a second look at part of what was our original recommendation in June. And so we're coming back with the suggestion that we restrict the adjustments to 1 pay grade instead of 2 grades to prevent some negative outcomes for a handful of positions. These are your building inspectors 1 through 4, building inspection supervisor, inspection manager, building official, building permit specialist, building plans examiner, and the water program superintendent. So the work done June 3rd moved these 2 pay bands, 20% increase in that job pay grade assignment. We're recommending that be back down to just a 1 pay grade increase for these particular positions. We know that comes as a disappointment and an impact to the people that hold these jobs. And so our recommendation is to still provide the original salary adjustments to the incumbents, the existing positions in these titles, but that we move forward with these titles included in the plan itself for future hires at this 1 grade level change. That's our recommendation. So I need to adjust this slide verbally on the record. The additional cost of these proposed changes to the FY26 compensation plan now, including the recommendation that we added yesterday, will be for $1.6 million in fiscal 26. That's because of our added recommendation of $400,000 for lieutenants. And in total, that $1.6 million, there is still sufficient capacity available in our fiscal 26 adopted budget allocated for employee investments to accommodate this increase. that is the summary of our recommendation, and we're excited for you to consider these potential increases for more market adjustments for employees here in October. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Really appreciate it. I guess I have a couple of questions, and then I'll throw it over to my colleagues on the council. How will we ensure that employees who are not directly impacted by these changes still understand the process and trust that their positions will be reviewed in the future?
Mayor, that's a great question. Included in all of this good news about the market adjustments that we have brought forward are a significant number of positions that we're not suggesting market changes for. And some of that relates to the fact that we have not we don't have the market information available to us. We haven't done a recent study of the markets for those positions. We're working with the Human Resource Department and the leadership within the executive leadership team to develop the plan for year 2 and 3 of this 3-year window for market compensation reviews. Some of that work has already started and begun to bring together information to make recommendations for the fiscal 27 compensation plan for market review.
And then the other question that I have is positions like, for example, at our police officer pay and fire department pay. But I think where I see a lot of the need is in TPD. How do we compare with market from other jurisdictions surrounding us and comparable cities? I know that we did market adjustments and market review, but it moves so fast when it comes to police pay. How are we ensuring that we're keeping pace? And I know that we have a 3-year plan to make sure that we are paying our police officers appropriate pay. But it's moving, it's constantly moving, and how do we keep pace?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'll start and Anna might add to this. It's important to do a few things. One is when we're comparing the market, we take a snapshot in time, because you're right, every time a jurisdiction takes an action, like if you take this action tonight, I'm sure city managers across Arizona will be like, Tucson just did this. It's impossible to keep complete pace within days to weeks. So we take a snapshot, and then we were forecasting 3 years ahead and adding a little bit to the market to make sure that we know we'll fall behind at times, and we want to have attrition to that fall behind, but also be nimble enough to be able to come back to you as necessary to make adjustments. So the lieutenants is an example of something that we were going to put off for a while, but the urgency of it was convincing. Liz Morales is the champion of those folks and came to us and said, I need this. And we worked with everybody to figure it out. So the key is when Anna mentions that 3-year kind of rolling market analysis, at least once every 3 years, every position in the city will be assessed for market, and then we determine the financial impacts of moving people to market. But what I want to also emphasize is, regardless of whether you get market movement this year or 2 years from now, in this case, TPD gets it every year. We've basically locked these in for 3 years. They're also getting the annual in-range pay placement adjustments that we have forecasted. We did for this year and forecasted for the next 2 years, and the annual pay progression. So we have 3 elements to it. For a long time, we've trained everybody to look at one number. You're going to get this 1 percentage, and you all get it. What we've done is now said there are at least those 3 elements to pay. Is your range at market? Are you properly placed within that range? And as you gain experience, are you progressing through the range?
Right.
And so we've established that this year, and our expectation is that would continue into the future years.
Thank you so much. I just want to thank staff, of course, the city manager, Anna Rosenberry, the BSD and HR teams for making sure that you worked on every employee, that it is a lot of work that you all committed to and finalized, and I'm appreciative of all of that work. I appreciate also the reasonable adjustments to reduce the pay compression between ranks. That was a very, very important work. And that staff worked closely with command union labor leaders throughout this process and other unions to make sure that we are really listening to the needs of all workers within the city of Tucson. So thank you so much. I know that there's a lot of work left to be done, and I'm looking forward to continued discussion on how we, compensate our employees fairly and really invest in one of the biggest resources that we have, which is the employees that deliver the services to our community. I'll open up for my colleagues on the council. Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, I'm just going to move the recommendation by the manager.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Mr. Manager, are you going to?
I hate to be the one who interrupts a fabulous motion, but this is actually on consent agenda for tonight for adoption, so
We don't need a
if you want to vote on it twice, I don't mind.
Thank you for the clarification. And Your Honor, I support the manager's recommendation.
All right, so if you don't want two votes, let's wait for tonight. But I absolutely support your recommendation, Mr. Tamir. All righty, any others? Okay, hearing none, we are going to move on to item 9. Councilmember Cunningham requested a discussion regarding underground fuel tanks. Mr. Cunningham.
Your Honor, a couple things. We had a few new permits for underground fuel tanks in Tucson. And the impetus of this discussion happened actually in Chino Valley, California, last year. A fuel tank that had been placed in the ground ruptured, and 86,000 gallons of of fuel, diesel fuel, seeped into the groundwater of that community over an 18-day period. A couple more convenience stores and gas stations in Tucson are starting to permit, and we have an entire basin of groundwater, but we also have a significant wash system that basically promulgates that basin. And I wanted staff to talk a little bit about our current safeguards, if any. I think it's mostly a state thing. And then think about what some of our options would be in this process. I'm not really purview to all the things, but here in Tucson in May of 2025, we had a fire set and residual fuel at the AM/PM across from Reed Park ignited. There was a gas station fire in Cameron, Arizona in May of 2025, where vehicles caught fire and their safeguards weren't in place. One of the things I'd like to do is I've actually collaborated with our good friend Michael Ashford from TFD, and I'd like to hear from him. So I've got a few questions from Mr. Ashford.
Hello, my name is Michael Ashford. Honorable Mayor, members of council, thank you for having me. If I can answer any questions, please let me know.
Tell me about what happened. Was the leak detected before or after they figured out? Did they find out it was leaking for 18 days before, or how did that go down?
So with the research that I found with Chino Valley, the age of the tank, when it was installed, I can tell you it was a single wall tank. Tanks today that are installed after 2016 of April, they have to be double walled, censored, and alarmed. The one from then, based on my research, was a single wall tank, which means obviously those safeguards weren't in place with that specific tank. So with that, it also shows that the groundwater or the drinking water was not affected, even though it got into the soil, it was not affected based on research. Now, I haven't seen the actual investigation that was done by ADEQ, but based on my research, that's what I found with that specific item.
Do we have safeguards in place in Tucson that require the double wall and the sensor? Is that a federal regulation, a state regulation?
Councilmember Cunningham, members of council, those safeguards are in place. That's an ADEQ requirement. We also have a very specific group of codes that we have to follow. TFDs, our involvement is limited based on what ADEQ does and what EPA does. But those safeguards are in place because, like I said, in 2016, they required, probably based on situations like Chino, they required that all tanks have to be censored, alarmed, and double-walled. That way, when the leak does occur, it goes into the interstitial space and doesn't actually leak out into the environment. It's absorbed by the second wall.
Are there any tanks that we know of that got grandfathered in that are still only single-walled within the city?
Councilmember Cunningham, I do not know the answer to that, but what I can tell you to reference the AMPM on May 2025, I can tell you that there were no tanks on that site. Those tanks were excavated in 2014, so there were no tanks on that site.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. So my big thing right now is that we have these underground tanks that seem to have brought some questions from my constituents and everyone else. My thought is this: I have a motion for us to do some research to make sure that we're in compliance with ADEQ. If any other jurisdictions in Arizona has safeguards, especially for undergrounding tanks near washes, and whether or not that's an option for us. That's really all I want to ask staff to do. It's not a big ask. It's a couple weeks of research and just checking in. And if we do have some options there, I'd like to pursue that piece. I have a motion that basically says that, but I wanted to hear from my colleagues first.
All righty, any comments? I think that, Tucson has a strong groundwater protection policy, and we participate with ADQ, a USD program, compliance program, but with the incidents in Chino Valley, maybe we must, ask whether the pace of detection and the sitting standards are stronger. Maybe strong enough for today's risks that are a bit different than they've been before. So I'm in agreement that we should take a look at the policy and see if there's any adjustments that need to happen.
And the other piece is that, again, before I make the motion, I want some emphasis on proximity to washes. I really think that's important. With the unpredictable weather patterns, with flooding, with PFAS, with all the things that have happened with water near washes, I just think that's super important.
Well,
that we do our due diligence.
aquifer recharge zones are important for us to take a look at and be careful with. So not just the washes, but just any aquifer recharge proximity.
All right, so I've got a motion that we direct staff to review our current safeguards, examine practices in other jurisdictions, and bring whatever policy adjustments needed back that minimizes risk to the public when it comes to underground storage tanks, especially near washes.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you all. Thank you, Councilmember Cunningham. We move on to item 10. Time has been set aside for a discussion about the City of Tucson Housing Trust Fund. Mr. Manager?
Honorable Mayor and Council, joining me for these next two items is the fabulous Director of Housing and Community Development, Ann Chineka.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me here today to talk about the Housing Trust Fund. As a reminder, the City of Tucson has had a Housing Trust Fund for 20 years. The trust fund was active, really active, for the first few years it was created. But then, during the Great Recession, the funding sources that were supporting the Housing Trust Fund were diverted to other city needs. Earlier this year, based on a recommendation from the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, Mayor and Council reinstated the Tucson Housing Trust Fund and named the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development as the oversight body for the Housing Trust Fund monies. Further, you asked the Commission to provide recommendations on how to spend the $320,000 balance that is currently in the trust fund. Well, it isn't a lot of money when you think about how much it costs to build one housing unit. As many of you have said, every dollar that can help keep people housed or support getting them housed is important funding. Jay Young, the chair of the Commission on Equitable Housing and Development, is here today to speak on behalf of the commission. He's over there. Jay was an active participant of a working group the commission formed for this specific task. In your materials, attachment C is a summary of the recommendations provided by Jay and the commission. To quickly summarize those recommendations, the commission identified 3 programs they recommended the funding be allocated to. First, $185,000 for eviction prevention / emergency rental assistance. Of that funding, at least $150,000 would go directly to keep people housed, and up to $35,000 would be spent to administer that funding. $75,000 for the Housing Alternatives for Urban Strength program as proposed by Councilmember Cunningham, and that's the next item on the agenda today. That program is designed to move households who do have some income from emergency shelters into rental housing. The program's designed to help with some moving costs and also provide some assurances to the landlords who participate in the program. And then finally, the commission recommends the remaining $60,000 be reserved for community-led projects that may include innovative solutions to address housing. That said, as I mentioned, Jay is here to provide any additional information or answer any questions you have.
Any questions? Councilmember Dahl?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Tanaka, I'm especially pleased that the emergency assistance is a major part of this. We've been doing this in Ward 3 with some of our ARPA money and other funds through CASHU, through recommendations from people from our CASHU staff who are helping people stay in their apartments who need to pay an electric bill or getting into apartment and have the means to pay rent, but don't have the needed down payment, the last month's rent. So Paul's program is going to be vibrant too. I don't understand the third part all that much, but I'm willing to have faith that it'll be an interesting experiment to see what's proposed and how those projects are funded. So I'm very supportive. Thank you, Mayor.
Any others? Wait until next item. All righty. Okay, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Do you need a motion to approve?
Some sort of direction would be nice if you're taking these as designed.
So
or
moved.
Okay.
So there's a motion and a second to pursue the recommendation. Any other comments? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Thank you so much. We are moving on to the next item. Mayor and council are requested to discuss and provide direction to staff regarding the House program as a one-year pilot. Mr. Cunningham.
We've been working on this for about a year. When we talk about all the things we talk about with our unsheltered and our unhoused folks, we talk about gaps. We've been talking about gaps all the time. And one of the weirder gaps we have are gaps with folks who are what I call on the climb. They have gotten a job. They have either gotten to detox or they've gotten services or if they're not capable of working, they've figured out how to get an income stream through entitlements, which are fine. They're part of what helps people. And what happens to them when they want to get out of shelter? They're told, well, you can't You need first and last months. You need to be sure that all your debts are paid off. You need to be, what happens to them when they are asked to get out of shelter is they can't leave. And we have this stagnant problem. Not only that, we've also had situations where we've taken people from an eviction cycle where they're a little behind. And for those of us who've ever been in that quicksand situation, and what quicksand situation is when you get behind on your bills and you've got nothing else and you feel like you're in quicksand. And all it takes is, oh, you need a new transmission. And all of a sudden, you're late on the rent and you're late on your electric bill. And we have so many families and households that struggle just that situation. And they're 3 sick days and 1 big expense away from homelessness. It's that close. Some people there are so many people who live on the margins so close that they're 3 days from homelessness. And all that does is puts us in a situation where not only do we have unhoused living on the streets, or are we serious right now? Not only do we have people living on the fringe or living out on the streets suffering from addiction, and they're the most visible issues. We have a whole number of families just struggling day to day. We have to be able to empower them and get them to a space that they can call theirs. That's what House is all about. Housing assistance and urban strength. This program says, hey, look, we got you. We're going to vouch for you in principle. We're going to make a deal with the landlord. We're not going to give the person money. We're just going to vouch for you so that you can get into your new apartment and forego that deposit. If you get evicted, we'll cover the deposit later on for the landlord, so the landlord's protected, but not everybody's gonna need it. Hopefully, nobody in this pilot's gonna need it. The other cool thing we're gonna do is we're gonna negotiate with Cox so that the internet for that unit is paid for the year, right off the bat. That's one less bill. If for all of us who ever had to pay our bills or have it automatically directed from our account, you get down to that $10 and then $19.99 comes out from Disney and now you're in the minus and you're like, oh my gosh, I forgot about that. A lot of people have been there. So by having that Cox part paid through this negotiation process, that's one less bill. The last thing we're gonna do, and this is one of the things that came up in this process, is we found out that there's a lot of folks who need to leave shelter, but for those of us who've gone through recovery or gone through a lifestyle change, the wreckage of your past, to quote the, rest in peace to him, by the way, to quote the great Ozzy Osbourne, the wreckage of my past still haunts me, but now I'm leaving it all alone. So the wreckage of your past comes back, and that does include debts to the court or debts to utilities, and you can't rent a new place. So we're going to provide some assistance and some mediation with those utilities so that your slate's wiped clean. You get a new lease. You don't just get a new lease on a place, you get a new lease on life, man. So that's what this program is about. It puts at risk about $75,000 of the Housing Trust Fund, but we shouldn't use it all. In fact, we should probably be able to roll it over into next year. And depending on how successful this pilot is, we'd like to see 25 families transition from shelter to their own apartment this year. And these are families with incomes that are working. So that's the idea. We kind of brought it to the table about a month or two ago. It's been fleshed out. This pilot will allow us to work a year and work the kinks. So with that, I'm going to move that we pass the House program and ask HCD to implement it.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? I just have one question, a couple of questions. How will we measure success for the House program after the 1-year period?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We will be keeping track in terms of every penny spent and how many families have successfully completed their year, and then the guarantee is for 1 year. So we'll be keeping track and we can update you regularly on this.
Mm-hmm. And how many number of households or individuals can this program assist realistically based on the funds that we have?
Yeah, so as Councilmember Cunningham just spoke of, it will depend on, we hope everybody is successful. So we do believe it will be a minimum of 25 to 30 families, but really in particular, we think it will be more households than that because not everybody's going to default, and so we won't have to commit that funding to the landlords.
And then how do we recruit landlords to the program?
So my office and HCD has spoken to different landlords. We've been working with Ben Bueller Garcia of the Multifamily Association. I think there's several different landlords that have agreed to. I think we put in the idea that we wouldn't put all 40 units into one management company. We're going to try to spread it around to like at least 10, no more than 10 per management company was kind of the rule of thumb. But if some person comes in and they have different sites and they're willing to take on 30 families and no one else wants to do it, then I think we have to have some flexibility there. But for the most part, the rule of thumb was we really didn't want to center on one landlord. I can say that there's 2 management companies that have actually very, very much are excited to push 10 units in.
Well, I just wanted to thank you, Councilmember Cunningham, for bringing a solution to the table and really thinking outside the box. I mean, these types of pilots could become full-fledged programs within the city of Tucson. I'm encouraged with the possibility of maybe seeking state or federal funds to expand the program, but let's take a look at how it works within the first year and figure out its success. Hopefully it will be met with success. I want to thank you, HCD staff, and also our Commission on Equitable Housing and Development for providing input and feedback to this pilot. And then finally, I appreciate our Department of Housing Community Development for really taking a look at the policy priorities of mayor and council and giving them a good look and helping us establish these pilot programs that have a lot of promise. So,
Your Honor, I had one more thing.
sure.
One thing that's really exciting about this for the city is if we can get this rolling the right way, we're going to be the only city in the country to have a program like this. And I think a lot of other people are going to be looking at us on how we did it. So I'm kind of excited about that. So we're going to give it our all. Hopefully it'll be successful, and I appreciate everybody's support.
I agree. Council Member Ulick, did you have a question, comment?
Just wanted to thank Councilmember Cunningham and Director Chineka for bringing it to us ready to go. And yeah, really good idea, and I'm looking forward to seeing the results.
Alrighty, so there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion carries. Good job, thank you. Thank you. Alrighty, we move on to item 12. Time has been set aside to give mayor and council an opportunity to discuss or an opportunity for discussion and direction on matters that are pending in front of the Board of Supervisors. This item is kind of a brand-new item, and we wanted to create an opportunity for mayor and council to have discussion on issues that we're working on with our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors. Pima County and the city of Tucson, the last 6 years that I've been mayor, this mayor and council have really pushed for collaboration. We worked exhaustively with the Pima County Board of Supervisors to work with the opioid settlement funds, created a committee with appointments from both City of Tucson and Pima County. Happy that we are also doing lots of work to really find solutions for expanding the CRC, creating a safer center detox option. I've been requesting a joint meeting with the Pima County Board of Supervisors since March. Brought up the issue again to Chair Scott so that we can have a joint study session of the mayor and council and the Board of Supervisors to talk very specifically about unsheltered homelessness and the use of fentanyl in the city of Tucson as a public health crisis. Want to make sure that we open up the conversation here so that we can discuss any additional work that needs to get done with Pima County. Mr. Manager, I know that you have a little bit of a presentation, and I know that we also requested and invited Deputy County Administrator Steve Holmes and Kate Vesley, the Department of Justice Services Director from Pima County, to talk about the transition center. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Yes, as you've indicated, this is a relatively new item, and so we're kind of accomplishing a couple things today. One is you were introduced to Jackie Vega last time. Jackie has been tracking the agendas and actions of other Pima County Board of Supervisors, but also other local neighboring jurisdictions. And so we have kind of a three-part thing today. We have a written summary of things that we'll hand out to you here at the table. Jackie will give some brief highlights from that. She won't go through every item, but she'll touch on a few of the highlights. And then, as you indicated, we're very grateful that Deputy County Administrator Holmes and Department of Justice Services Director Vesley are here to give their presentation on the Transition Center. So I will start handing this out, and I'll turn it over to Jackie for her brief comments, and then we'll invite the county to the podium.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of council. Thank you, City Manager. Like City Manager mentioned, for your direction, we put together a list of pending items that are in front of Pima County and Board of Supervisors and other regional jurisdictions. The list is quite long, but we'll only touch on a couple. We'll get started with Pima County. The first item, and Councilmember Lee brought it up, but Pima County Board approves proposed policy for non-disclosure agreements in economic development projects. This was on the September 2nd meeting. On that meeting as well, the board approved a proposed policy for environmental impact reviews of economic development projects. Also, the Pima County Board of Supervisors approved fiscal year 26 Affordable Housing Fund allocation for $8.5 million. And this was a Prosperative Initiative item, and this has been the latest item that they have taken action regarding the Prosperative Initiative. Moving on to Rio Nuevo. Rio Nuevo announced at their board meeting the fiscal 25 annual report, which includes 22 projects, $6.3 million in Rio Nuevo investment, and $53 million in private investment. Moving on to other regional jurisdictions, the town of Oro Valley with Oro Valley's Chamber of Commerce held a forum on September 11th to discuss the business community the proposed increased taxes, which include a 2.5% use tax, 2.5% commercial rental tax, and 2.5% telecommunication tax. The town of Oro Valley is expected to make decisions in October. Moving on to regional economic development, Bill Infrastructure confirms updated plan for sustainable digital infrastructure investment in Pima County, also known as Project Blue, and this was released on September 17. And last but not least, moving to education, the 2025 bond and override elections deadline to submit a statement of argument for or against a special election was August 8th, and as you all know, Election Day is November 4, and the three districts involved are Tucson Unified School District, Flowing Wells, and Sunnyside Unified School District.
Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Just any questions for Jackie on these items? And also, over time, give us feedback on if this is the nature of information you're seeking and how we can best serve you in these areas. And following any questions, if any, it'd be time to pivot to the Transition Center update, Mayor.
Thank you, Jackie. Really appreciate the update on all of this. It's really helpful. And then for my colleagues on the council, like I said, I am trying to request a joint meeting of the Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council, hopefully in October. And this would be focused on unsheltered homelessness and the fentanyl opioid public health crisis. But I do want to hear from my colleagues on the council on if there's exact questions or issues or programs that you all want us to focus in that you share with my office via Charlene Mendoza, Chief of Staff in my office. With that, yeah, let's hear the presentation. I'm looking forward to it.
Got it. Okay. Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Romero, members of the council, our city manager, Tim Timur. Thank you for inviting us here. I'm going to start by turning it over to make the best use of time to Kate Vesley, our Director for Justice Services, so she can actually go through the presentation and open up for questions. For continuity, I'll let her do the full presentation because I can probably jump in as I go. So I'll turn it over to her.
Well, Honorable Mayor and Council, it is wonderful to see you all again. Thank you so much for the invitation to come back and talk with you about our collective investment in the Transition Center. If we can go to the next slide. Oh, excellent. Thank you. So many of you have come to visit us. We are located immediately outside the jail facility, so you can see our little trailer there. If you haven't been, we would absolutely love to have anybody come by at any time. It's really powerful to see the work in process, especially when we have clients who are there and you can see in real lived experience exactly what change is undergoing. So we are a no wrong door facility. There is absolutely no barriers to entry. In fact, we even have lots of people wander in who don't have any criminal justice involvement just because they heard this is a place that you can get help. We don't require insurance. You don't have to have charges. It is truly no wrong door. We are operating from 8 a.m. to midnight, Monday through Friday. We specifically picked those days because they are the highest volume of individuals who are being released through pretrial services. And we are hoping to be able to expand to 7 days a week. We have been doing some estimates on what it would take for us to get there. Currently, we have 4 Pima County Justice Navigators and 1 program manager and 2 City of Tucson staff. What's really critical about those 2 individuals is they are able to transport, which was an absolute game changer for our model. Just being able to be a reliable source that people can get someplace safe means that they're not wandering into the neighborhood. Individuals are not, who are vulnerable in many instances, are not on their own at 11, 12 o'clock at night. So here's a little bit of a timeline. I won't ask you to read the tiny print since you have it in front of you, but we've been operational for about 2 years now. And in that 2 years, we've collected a ton of data that really demonstrates the proof of concept of what we're trying to accomplish. Now, it's innovative, it's something new. This is not something commonly seen around the country, but everything we've done is on a evidence-based model around social sciences
services and behavioral economics. What we are trying to do is focus on incentives. Now, that doesn't mean that people walk in the door and we give them $5, but knowing that you can come charge your phone, knowing that you can get a snack. Many people are arrested in all states of clothing or lack of clothing. We can get a change of clothes on them. And those little incentives help to build trust with these individuals who will then, maybe they're not ready today to get help and services, but we've established communication with them so that even days, months later, we have individuals who are coming back. It is an all carrot and no stick model, which has its strengths and limitations. But when we pair it with other forms of justice system accountability, it has a really critical and irreplaceable role in that continuum of care and intervention. We are seeing really promising data that's coming through. We measure ourselves based off of how frequently somebody is rebooked within 30 days, particularly for misdemeanors, because that is our target population. When we did some initial analysis, we found that about 28% of anybody who was arrested on a non-domestic violence misdemeanor ended up being rearrested within 30 days. But for the individuals that are going through the transition center, they are, for this calendar year, we're down to 7%. So 93% of everybody who walks through our door is not being rearrested in the next month. So it's a huge, huge decrease. Part of what we're hoping to expand into as we expand not just the number of days that we're available, but we're also looking to expand our footprint in the community and help to fill those gaps of other connectivity. We work very closely with the city of Tucson, with the housing, with the community outreach workers, with encampment decommissionings. We've participated in every one of TPD's targeted enforcement events, and we really want to try and create a mobile transition center concept where anybody can walk into the facility, but we're also going to be on the street alongside all of your staff as well. As of August 1st, we have over 5,000 people who have come through the center in our 2 years of operation. And about 2,000 of those are repeat customers. So what we have found is that individuals are coming back because they know that this is the place to get assistance. What we have also known is an incredible expansion in community outreach. So I'm talking mothers, loved ones who have, a child, somebody that is justice system involved, and they've absconded from probation or they have a warrant and they're afraid that they're going to get arrested. We're trying to empower the community with information and education about how you can proactively address these justice issues without waiting for contact with law enforcement. A big part of that is our warrant resolution program. We have a website. It's for every court in Pima County where you can get information about warrant resolution. And we partner with Pima County Pretrial Services to be able to check for individuals and provide support in helping them to proactively resolve those issues. Okay, so what we are hoping to raise our profile is that, let's say you have somebody who works in your ward office who is trying to problem solve a constituent issue. You don't have to have a staff member who's an expert in the justice system. We are here to help provide information and support. Let us be the experts in the justice system so your staff can do what is best, which is help to problem solve all those other matters that are before them. We have an email address, we have a phone number, and we really encourage anybody who has any kind of justice questions to reach out to us. I know I personally have probably worked with at least half of your staffs trying to find solutions for individuals that have been challenging for your wards to deal with. So we are happy to come and not only problem solve individuals, but we want to be part of the bigger picture policy transformations. And that concludes about the transition center, but we would really love, like I said, to host you all and talk more about what an expansion in partnership with the city of Tucson could look like.
Thank you so much, Kate, for the presentation and always being ready and willing and bringing your A game to the conversations with the city of Tucson. I know that you work very closely with Chief Casmar and Brandy Champion and all of the navigation services that we've created here in the city of Tucson. Really appreciate your insight and your willingness to be part of the solution. We really do. I guess for me, the first question would be, you've been part of our working group, the City County Metro Justice Solutions Group that both Chair Scott and I have put together. We understand that the justice system and the resources for health, behavioral health, mental health, and substance use disorders, there's huge gaps. And so I would say, do you envision the transition center, or, you know, Steve is here so he can help answer this, as expanding and being part of a campus at you know, Silver Lake and Mission Road? What is it that how can we further continue filling the gaps that we find in our city and county regarding mental behavioral health and substance use disorders?
Honorable Mayor Romero, we can tag team a little bit. I'll get us started here. Our vision is to go 7 days a week. We have a current RFP out that we're waiting some word on over this month. Hopefully that's successful, will get us on that journey. As we work closely with Chief Casmar, some of the ideas that we've been discussing is potentially looking at short-term shelter for folks that are coming out of the criminal justice space, right? Particularly, they're either coming through transition centers. You saw the data, 57% of the people that we're seeing are unhoused, right? And so there's something there that we'd like to narrow in on and begin to find ways in which we can have folks somehow not go back to what got them there in the first place. And we're talking through what temporary could look like, right? Because when we think of temporary, we're talking a few days. I think the idea of trying to put too many folks in one place that are coming out of a justice-involved space could get a little bit more difficult to manage, right? But I do believe that we have both capacity and a beginning of design with a little bit more conversation. I think we want to involve TPD more and making sure that it's effective for what they believe. But if we can stabilize for a few days, get people talking to the public defender, talking to the courts, we may be able to resolve a few things and then look at some transition to some more permanent type of housing. So that remains the vision for us. I think we want to scale a little bit slower only because we don't know what we're getting ourselves into, and we want to make sure we have good providers that understand the space and the population that we're working with so that we don't create any other problems for that community there. But Mayor Romero, that's still the vision that we have, that's really referral-based out of the transition center being that hub. As we look in expansion, I want to touch, we're looking, it will require double the staff really to go 7 days a week, and potentially another modular side by side to really kind of have that space necessary. It's a pretty cramped location. Councilwoman Lee, you went there yesterday. You can see it's tight, particularly as we're looking at these services. I think the challenge, to your earlier point, still remains the resources that are available for mental health and behavioral health. That is something that's really kind of state-run through Access, becoming more and more difficult. Our Invest team who works in the jail, even those that have a really great relationship because they manage their carceral health system, that transition, even out of that facility is super difficult from a funding standpoint for the payer, because that's nothing that's managed directly from the county. The payments are managed through Access and state healthcare or private insurance. And the barriers to that, I think, are worth continuing to explore and maybe work collaboratively with City Council on policies and some advocacy work with Access remains one concern. And I'll jump into substance use because that's the other kind of parallel. Although they work hand in hand, they are completely different in terms of how they're handled in the payer-payee system, right? Because when you're looking at people who are danger to yourself or others, there are pathways, right, to help them with substance use disorder specifically. It's strictly a voluntary space, right? And so the ability to help people get to a place for support is strictly voluntary. Those that are in the extreme ends of the criminal justice system, there may be some court-ordered treatment options for them, but those are not a residential facility option. I just want to make sure that's clear because there's a lot of confusion in this space. It really is more, you just make sure you get the services before you go back to court and prove to me. So those are just messy situations. I think that's another policy collaboration that we can work on collaboratively with the city and the county to look at both the policy space in the substance use disorder from the residential treatment type of facilities, because those are big barriers, and then equally important policy decision in the behavioral health space. So sorry, I'll return it over.
If I may add on to that, it's not just about having sufficient capacity in the community. It's also about having those credible messengers as a conduit to care. We have a number of detox beds at any given moment throughout Tucson that sit empty. It's not because we don't have a place for people to go. They're scared. They're scared of detoxing. They're scared of what's going to happen to their pet. They're scared of what's going to happen to their community. And so it's about having somebody who understands how to navigate these systems, but also to address those anxieties. We were out with TPD a couple weeks ago, and I spent about an hour with a woman who was interested in getting help and services, but she was afraid for leaving her family members who were also unsheltered, and she was afraid about what was going to happen to her dog. So we're calling PAC. I'm calling Steve K. and saying, Steve, can you find a place for this dog for me? And so having people who are able to access those resources, who are able to, from a lived experience perspective, address those concerns is a key investment alongside any resource capacity expansion.
One of the questions that we continuously ask around this table is opioid settlement money and the use of opioid settlement money, and if it could be put to work for expansion of the transition center. And in my conversation with Chair Scott, I think it was last week, he did share with me that you all wanted to expand the transition center hours, which is wonderful, which is something that we've all been wanting for some time. But you know, I know that it is much better, and this is the conversation that we just had in terms of public drug use, that we much rather want to see people go into treatment instead of jail. Mm-hmm. And the transition center seems to be right after people leave jail. What are the plans, or how can we work together to both the mayor and council and the board of supervisors to have an option to be able to do pre-booking assistance through the transition center? In other words, a sobering alternative facility that could hold and then possibly transfer to longer-term detox. And using opioid settlement funds to be able to cover some of those costs. Because at the end of the day, if we do work collaboratively, both Pima County and the city of Tucson, we can hold hands to go up to the state and the federal government to request the funds that we absolutely need in this community, that shouldn't fall on the shoulders of either the county or the city.
Honorable Romero, just there are some policy barriers to make that vision work that I think we need to work through, particularly when it comes to substance use disorders. So there's the closest to kind of a forced choice kind of that exists is really more of a diversion program that we run out of our court system, which is our STEPS program, right? So it really happens post-arraignment, so it's not a real time, right? So I get arrested for drug use, go through my initial appearance, I make then I'm giving some of these options if I believe I qualify for that. But even in those particular cases, it's a choice that's made by the individual, right? And so this is where it gets tricky, right? There's this, I think we all want people to make the right choice, right? And make use of these facilities, particularly as you're looking at the Safer Center. I think right now, as policy currently exists, our limitations are strictly voluntary, right? And so as we build out and work on that and look at scale, I think we're gonna have to have some really just candid discussions around policy and advocacy, and more specifically, how we want this to work, right? Do we want it to be a deflection type of model, which currently exists, or a diversion, which is really this idea of kind of post-arraignment, or to give some people some choice? I think there's a little bit more stick right with that could potentially motivate more people to stay in there. But we haven't made those policy decisions as we begin to build out. So I think we're contemplating kind of this first phase of the opioid dollars. I think that's part of the discussion that I'm eager to collaborate around to see if we want to use that model more intentionally. It will require a little bit more collaboration with our police department and our courts, right, to make that happen. But I think it's very doable depending on the model, or we can try to do both, right? But I think the deflection model, as we've seen in the past, has been hit and miss.
And what's been successful in other communities is utilizing that model. So for example, there are communities that will cite an individual, or what we would call long form for felonies, and if they complete 48 hours in detox, then those charges go away. So those types of examples of leveraging. But in response to your question about the opioid settlement, I've never built a program without diversified funding portfolio. We absolutely would love to use opioid settlement funds. That's going to be a sustainable source of resources for hopefully many years. But we should also be actively hustling for grants. We should be looking at city and county investments. And so when we go to the state and say, invest in this, we have data to prove that it works, and we already have skin in the game. So help contribute to this to make it a sustainable model long-term.
Councilmember Ulick, Councilwoman Lee, and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Yeah, that deflection element is something that I hear a lot of advocacy for. And first, Kate, I just want to really applaud your leadership. I've seen the center, I've seen you, and really how you uplift and honor your staff and the peer navigators. You really, really get it, and that's why this is working so well. I think you've got a team that is amazing, and so I just really appreciate the county and your leadership. A couple of things. So we did, and this was a bit controversial, but we did unanimously support SB 1257 for stabilization for folks with SUD. I know that funding piece is so challenging, and one thing that occurs to me that might be a city-county partnership at the state level, I don't know what the limits are to the jail board funding source, just like the library district, right? The state did pass some legislation to allow for a broader understanding of those literacy and library investments. And I don't know if there might be a comparable opportunity with the jail board funding source, which is directly funded by all of us through our property taxes. I think it would be supported by almost every property taxpayer if they knew it was going to the transition center. There was an op-ed in the paper today that had some inaccuracies about the transition center, that it's only open during business hours, that there's no investment from the. So I would ask you to take a look and consider refreshing and updating the community on the actualities of the successes, if you would. I just think this is a proven model, as you've said, and it makes so much sense to build on the success, particularly the peer element. Have you worked with Oxford House? Do you know about Oxford? Okay, are they?
Yes.
Okay, so Oxford House is a peer-run house model. and it's self-sustaining funding-wise. And so it's a national effort, and I would love to see them expand even further. And then I guess the final thing I would say is absolutely working with Access and Arizona Complete Health as the REBA to figure out that Medicaid is turned off, Medicaid is turned on, that challenge, because I think both Access and Arizona Complete Health want to solve for that with all of us, but it is, as you say, a key challenge. But such opportunity here, so many opportunities to build on because you have established a foundation of success. So I just want to thank you again.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Kate, you said something that brought up something. I previously, and I think Councilmember Dahl, you said at one point, we're all doing social work on a daily basis. On Reddit, I was helping a couple get access to a housing voucher about a year ago, and they got placed with housing. And I recently got a message that the couple had chosen to go down a path of treatment and better themselves, and in the process, they lost their housing voucher. So I'm working with Ann to understand how that happened and how we can prevent that on our end. But to your point about people being concerned about the impacts of taking a different path is very real. And Tim, to that point, I think we need to make sure there's a mechanism in place to support people who are taking a path of treatment so they don't lose their housing while they're undergoing treatment, because that was a big concern of mine. As you know, we just had a conversation today about the idea of whether we do or don't want to create some sort of a ordinance to make more advancement toward addressing public drug use in our communities. So I'm definitely interested to have more conversations about what that would look like in terms of scaling our resources to you all. I know this is a top priority for the community, therefore it's a top priority for many of us up here, if not all of us up here. So I think that's another important thing that I would love to explore. And then I had talked to our team and Brandy at the table last time we had this item about relocation and reunification efforts. And when I was touring the transition center, there was a client there and she was very frustrated. She'd been in there probably more than once, didn't seem too happy, and she said, I'm ready to get out of Arizona. And I followed up with Kate to find out how often that happens. You know, how many folks coming through here actually want to be reunited with family and friends. And I think there's a real possibility, it sounds like, talking about gaps all day, about how do we have a funding source for Greyhound and a program. And I know Brandy is talking to San Diego after our last conversation about that, but I think there's opportunity there if the city wants to help contribute as one of the pathways through the transition center. You know, how can we make more progress in getting people reunited? And I think the chief told me today, I don't remember exactly what you said, Chief, but the family is the original community or the original support system, something, the original wraparound services. There it is, thank you. So to that point, I think there's a lot of opportunity, and I would be curious to explore how we might be able to support that effort too. But so grateful for everything you guys are doing, amazing work through the county coming out of the transition center, so thank you for everything.
Councilmember Cunningham and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Do you guys have a number to go to 2 shifts? Do you have a number if you want to go to 2 shifts 7 days a week?
So our ideal model would be to transfer to 410s and have an overlap day of Wednesdays. So currently we have a start time of 8 a.m. I think we could explore pushing that earlier if we were able to go to 410s. And the second shift comes in around 3:30 as it currently stands, and they work until midnight. And then we would be able to expand this to 7 days a week. Our overlap day, because we would have shifts at the 410s on Wednesdays, would be a double shift, and we could use that to do community outreach.
Yeah, whether you do 5/8s or 4/10s, I'm not as concerned. I really want to know, is there a dollar amount that you're looking for?
Yes. So to sustain and over and above what our current operational budget is, which is about 400 and some thousand to operate the facility and to pay for the staff that are there, we would essentially need to double that. We would need to have twice as many staff to be able to do those 410s. It just gets really tricky when you start talking about weekends and how you staff people on weekends. And so being able to split that up seems a more sustainable way to keep staff on site and keep staff happy, which is my top priority because we have the most amazing folks in the world working there, and I want to make sure that we're giving them time to protect their own wellness too.
There's actually a Dallas model that you can do 11s, and they only work every other Saturday, so they'd work 7 out of. So there's a way. There's stuff out there. There's the San Antonio model, and they do 5/8s, but they get 72-hour weekends. So there's some cool stuff out there.
We will look into that. I would very happily take any suggestions on how to do the staffing model. We are figuring it out as we go along.
But it would cost about $400,000 to go 7 days a week.
Correct. And what I would request, so we purchased the existing modular there with ARPA funds. So we have, that's a paid off resource, but as people who have been through, it is very, very tiny in there, and it is hard for the number of staff we have to congregate in a limited space with privacy for the clients who are coming in and make them feel safe. So what we would propose is adding a single wide trailer onto the back so that we could have a secured space for staff, in particular, a place that is safe if there's an emergency situation, because we very intentionally do not use security, and so we want to make sure that we're prioritizing staff safety. It would allow us to have some secured storage, because we do keep things like cell phones on site, and be able to have like staff lockers and a place where they can take a break. So that would make it much more sustainable. Now, obviously, it's a modular, so it's not meant to be forever. But I think the point of this exercise is continue to demonstrate the proof of concept so that we can look at what a long-term investment might look like in an actual physical space.
Which brings me to my next
Correct.
question.
The extra modular is about $200,000, and that's to purchase it outright. And then that $420,000 expansion budget includes the cost of facility management as well. It's very good return on investment.
For sure. Next piece was, do we have a mechanism right now where if we have a person who goes to, not to justice court, but goes to city court and does their initial appearance in the city court, then can then be referred directly from the city court to transition center? Do we have a mechanism in place that can do that? And are we doing that at all?
Mayor, council member, we have people who come out of initial appearances every single day from every limited jurisdiction in the county. Our biggest client is the city of Tucson by far. Not only are we taking individuals who got released from initial appearance, we take people who are coming out of the jail. We work very closely. One of our top referral sources is the city of Tucson Public Defender's Office. So what they will do is they'll send a referral over to us, letting us know when their person's going to get out. We're coordinating with the jail record staff and the security staff to coordinate their release. They're prepared to come to our modular. Sometimes they have treatment lined up, but they need a place with air conditioning and a bottle of water to wait for their ride. And even if we do have the most wonderful treatment plan in the world, if it requires them waiting in the jail parking lot for an hour or two for somebody to come pick them up, we're going to lose them. And so having that warm handoff without even having to physically go into the jail has been really transformative for the work we're doing.
So if we could do a program where we do the misdemeanor and then they do their initial appearance right there on the video and then they're driven straight to the transition center, that's kind of where I'm looking to go. It's like kind of going with all the discussions we've had earlier today, and maybe if the city, maybe we can find some funding where that's worth it to do for us. So I'd love to do that plan and see kind of how that works. The next thing is, I've been out there, and you've got some space. It's not the transition center that has space, but the county has some space that can possibly be activated as bed spaces. Is that still correct?
Councilman Cunningham, are you referring to the mission facility that you and I
Yes.
visited? So it's currently empty. So there's space there. There's just no sleeping quarters, right?
So you're talking about some on-site where we've got 72-hour respite where and it can be private, it can be like a cubicle bed type thing. And I'm thinking about how we could do that, where we could fund that, who we could collaborate with to fund that, because I think that would have value to what we're doing. It seems like we're always 1 day behind or 2 days behind. If we had an extra 24 hours or an extra 48 hours, we could find that detox bed, or the RTC bed would open, or the sober living bed would open, or the family could go, or they could get their ticket to Donde, So I'm kind of thinking about those things. Those are the pieces that I think will fill some of the gaps that we have. And we've got to just get a dollar number on it and then go figure out how to raise that.
Mayor Romero, Councilman Cunningham, that seems like the logical next step, that how we're thinking about the progression, as Mayor Romero asked earlier. So,
I don't know if you heard me, Councilmember Cunningham, but I said the same thing that you have. But I think that's when my question comes in terms of the opioid settlement funds, right? I mean, that is a possibility of being able to use to be able to expand. And by the way, I think the pilot is working, and we shouldn't call it pilot anymore in terms of the transition center, but that's just my opinion. But we should explore the possibility of expansion into an area where you have completely empty, which is the Mission Annex. Of course, it's going to take additional conversations, and the Board of Supervisors and Mayor and Council, and then our ROSAC, our committee with opioid settlement, that helps us, advise us on it, to be able to move in that direction. But Steve, I know you want to say something.
yeah, Mayor Romero, just to your point, I think in this next kind of distribution, as we get through this first stage of the RFPs, I think we have to have a conversation on what this looks like moving forward. To your point, there may be some programs that we want to look at off the top that make sense and not in a competitive structure that we currently have. But that's some discussion we need to have, ROSAC, with your representatives, ours, and make sure there are some, because I do believe there's some programs in our Department of Health in particular that we need to continue to fund as funding gets limited in the same areas that we're currently working on. So I believe that's a really good conversation to look at as we look at the next set of distribution on that.
Maybe that's a part of the conversation that we have with our joint meeting for the Board of Supervisors and the Mayor and Council that we're trying to pin down a date for.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, and I know that Councilman Lee has an additional question.
Thank you, Mayor, for raising these questions. I think for me, what stood out in the presentation was about the empty detox beds and some of the challenges to why people wouldn't go that route as far as diversion. So I'm just curious, I know you mentioned the dogs, but have we talked about like a strategy or a campaign around how we do education, or how do we incentivize folks who find themselves in the situation to go to detox? Because I know, as we were talking about the safer centers, we don't want to duplicate services if this is already available, but how are we, I guess, incentivizing? Are those conversations happening?
You should always look at your boss first to see if he wants to respond.
Kate, go ahead and take just Councilwoman Santa Cruz, Councilwoman Santa Cruz. That continues to be elusive to us, right, and how we motivate, right? And so I think as we've been working with Transition Center, I think there are relationships, back to Kate's original point, that we can leverage if we can kind of see some case management in this space. I think what the benefit of the Transition Center is, to try to use it as a funnel, right, for folks, is that we do some case management, meaning, right, where there's a relationship being built over time, and for some people to come back, there's a potential of being more compelling when there's level of trust. I think on the onset, my initial reaction is really kind of these relationships and trust being built so people feel like there's the right. I think the second point I want to make is as we build the facility in this space, it's got to be one that's inviting, that actually has the right people of staff, mix of staff that actually have the same affinity for what we do with people who are experiencing crisis, right? And so how we hire and how we work with folks is, I think, equally important to the vehicle by which we motivate people there. But I'll let Kate take another.
And Mayor Romero, Councilwoman Santa Cruz, we have been talking about how do we make those kinds of policy changes, because the more that we're in the weeds, actually working with people, the more we realize the cracks that are there, and the more we're bringing new and diverse members to the table. I mean, who knew that
PAC would have to be a collaborator in the space, but Steve K knows this stuff, and he immediately saw the need to try and work together on these sorts of things. So it's not been happening in one large effort. It's been happening a little bit at each point. When it comes to the empty detox beds, a big part of that is helping to manage anxiety around the detox process. I've had, I don't even know how many people tell me that they would rather die than detox. I've personally Narcaned somebody who said to me, "You should have let me die." And so there is, do we need more detox beds? Do we need more treatment space? 100%, but we need more medication-assisted treatment to help manage that detox. 24-hour MAT induction would be really critical, but then having those credible messengers, the peers with lived experience across the board, helping to work through that anxiety. And then on the back end, we think so much about entry into treatment, and there's not as much investment into exiting. We're going to invest, 30, 60, 90 days of residential treatment, only to have, a large percentage of those folks go back to using and in an even higher risk of overdose. And so resourcing step-down facilities, intensive outpatient facilities. The Haven has a really good model around that I like a lot, where once you go from residential treatment, if you're participating in your IOP program, you automatically get an apartment there on site. And so those types of programs really help an individual ease back into what the new normal is. On top of that, replace those pro-social connections, because their community may have been substance using. We have to give them a new community.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciated you talking about the lived experience piece, especially because I think we're not tapping into that enough.
And I don't think I highlighted this. Every single person who works at the transition center has lived experience. It is a requirement to work there.
Councilman Lee.
Thank you. I will be super brief. And Steve, I'm going to set you up right now so you can spike the ball, okay? So I am the first person at this table to say, that's great. Tim, how are we going to pay for it? But Steve, you shared a number with me when we were at the transition center about how much the transition center is saving just the city of Tucson with jail costs. So I was curious if you could talk a little bit about that, drop that number on the table so we all have that in our minds about how much we are actually saving as a jurisdiction through your work. So take it away.
Yeah. Mayor Romero, Councilwoman Lee, just so I can be real specific, I'll get that number, and Kate knows it even better off the top of her mind. Part of that factor is the investment we made with pretrial pre-booking, which gets to some of the work that I know our chief of police has been working on and trying not to book people in jail, right? So what are the vehicles that we've invested in that actually prevent someone from actually going through the whole booking process? So it's those booking fees over time that the municipalities all save, right? Including sheriff's department, although they're kind of at circular funding there to ensure that we're not booking. That number over the last few years, Kate, you have that probably memorized.
So in just avoided booking fees due to the pre-booking modular, the city of Tucson alone saves at least $1.1 million. That does not reflect the daily fees after that for people who remain in custody after the first day. So it's it's increased this year. I don't have the more recent numbers because our utilization's gone up, but over and above that, the avoided rebooking rate, when the last time I did the data, we were seeing about 300 people per month, and that was saving just the city of Tucson alone about $88,000 a month in avoided rebooking fees. We are now cusping 500 a month, so the savings obviously are going to be much higher than that.
And I know that our city manager also wants to put a point in. He wants to dunk it.
I think somebody mentioned money. I would like to remind the council that when we adopted the budget, we took a $1.7 million reduction in our jail board estimate. So we've already accounted for that savings, which we're very grateful for. We wouldn't have proposed it in the budget if it wasn't real and being sustained. That money has been spent.
This year.
That's correct, but that's ongoing.
All righty, well, on that note, we're all thinking how we can spend that money. But thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Looking forward to our continued work together. And, it's exciting to be able to communicate like this across jurisdictions and find solutions. I know for a fact that everyone in the city of Tucson, from TPD to our Housing First to Community Safety, Health, and Wellness, do incredible work with the Transition Center and with you, Kate. Really appreciate your work with us, and looking forward to continued discussion on this. Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Steve. Really appreciate it. All righty. Councilmember Ulick.
So just tracking, to Kate's point, as more takes hold, I understand that baseline now is at least 1.7 million less in jail costs, but maybe there is an increment or half of all jail board that goes toward reinvesting, because it does seem to be the kind of investment where there's a good return, both dollar-wise and obviously impact. So just a thought, and you all will decide that.
Absolutely. And you know what I'm thinking? What I started thinking immediately, Councilmember Ulick and the rest of my council colleagues, we have some funding cliffs that are coming up in the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program, because we have to remember that program we created with ARPA funds and federal funds, and we have some funding cliffs with Housing First and the maintenance and operation of the Wildcat Inn. And so we've got to think ahead in terms of we want to save money in jail boarding costs, and want to make sure that we keep the programs that are really making it proven, right? There's evidence that we're making a difference in. So that's why it's important that we bring in our colleagues on the Board of Supervisors so that we can talk about opioid settlement funds, to continue the good work that we're doing, both with the Transition Center and hopefully expanding that program, and with the services that we're providing on the street. Viva is another program that I'm thinking about that might lose some Department of Justice funds. So lots of important conversations that are happening now in order to continue providing and expanding the services that we're providing in Tucson. All righty, well, that was a great conversation. We're almost done and moving on to item 13. Time has been set aside for mayor and council to receive an update on state and national legislation, regional committees, and executive orders and direction to any associated litigation. Mr. Manager.
Honorable Mayor and members of the council, just joining us here at the table is Stephanie Zamora for her update.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. It'll be pretty short today. Very briefly, on Friday, the House passed a continuing resolution to keep the government funded through November 21st. The Senate failed to get the 60 votes needed to pass either the House passed resolution or a Democratic alternative that would have restored Medicaid cuts and extended Affordable Care Act tax credits. With the Senate not expected to return until next week on September 29th, there is limited time for Congress to reach an agreement before the end of the month, and we're continuing to monitor the situation closely and keep you all updated. With that, Mayor Romero, that concludes my comments, but I'm open to any questions if there are any from Mayor and Council.
Thank you so much, Stephanie. Really appreciate it. I do have some updates that I want to share with you all. At our last meeting, we adopted a resolution opposing any effort to reduce protections for Ironwood Forest National Monument. Since then, we have seen clear signals that these protections are under real threat. Earlier this year, the Trump administration began taking actions demonstrating a willingness to shrink or revoke several national monuments, including Ironwood Forest. Now, Congressman Gosar has gone further, introducing legislation to abolish Ironwood Forest altogether. That would strip protections from 129,000 acres, just 25 miles northwest of Tucson. Land that supports about 600 species, some threatened or endangered, and holds more than 200 Hohokam archaeological sites. Abolishing the monument would be an affront to the Tohono O'odham Nation, the Pasquayaqui tribe, Tucson, Pima County, and Pinal counties, and really to Arizona residents who overwhelmingly support this designation. It would open sacred landscapes and vital habitats to mining and industrial development at the expense of our cultural environment and economy. I sent our resolution and a letter to our congressional delegation to reinforce Tucson's strong opposition and to urge them to stand firm in protecting Ironwood Forest. Also, opioid response bill, the Support Act. I want to note important progress federally that can help in our fight against the opioid crisis, which we just had. Seems like we had a 4-hour discussion about this. This Support Act funds treatment, prevention, and first responder training and is now headed to President Trump for his signature. This matters here in Tucson, as we just heard. In 2023, more than 500 people in Pima County lost their lives from fentanyl use. Mayor and council joined Pima County to declare fentanyl a public health crisis. Committing every available resource to fight it is important. Also, Attorney General Mays, I really want to thank Attorney General Mays for her action in protecting tenants here in Tucson. I want to thank her for standing up for Tucson residents and holding landlords accountable. Attorney General Mays uncovered years of overcharges of utilities for residents at Desert Maven Mobile Home Park. Her leadership and investigation on the matter secured restitution for the residents who were overbilled in that mobile home park. Additionally, she recently took action against several Tucson apartment complexes, including Oasis Apartments, located within a Viva site where tenants were forced to live in unsafe and unlivable conditions, ranging from broken air conditioning to mold and asbestos. The fairness in housing means transparency, safety, dignity, and I really want to appreciate Attorney General Mays for her work on this issue. Government spending, I think you talked about it, Stephanie. There's a discussion in Washington, D.C. about a continuous resolution and the issues that Democrats want discussed versus shutting down the government, and a shutdown to federal government is real. And so I just wanted to make sure that we brought attention to that matter. Shutdown and what it means to Tucson, I think, is important for us to be able to figure out. Tim, have you thought about this in terms of what a shutdown means to our government? Any funds that are coming in, either for grants or any other services that we provide?
Thank you, Mayor. Stephanie has been doing the rounds with directors and others on potential impacts of a shutdown, so I'll allow her to give that summary for you.
Thank you, City Manager. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I'll sort of go over what can happen on a broader scale and then kind of scale down to what we might see happen at the municipal level. So in past federal government shutdowns, including in 2023 and in 2018 and 2019, most federal agencies close or operate with reduced staffing, which can delay, for example, grant reimbursements, new grant awards, and certain program approvals. Essential services like Social Security, Medicare, airport operations will continue, but non-essential agency activities are paused during a shutdown. Another area to watch potentially is SNAP, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. Benefits have generally continued during shutdowns, but if a shutdown is prolonged, states may not be able to continue to issue some of those benefits. And then at the municipal level for the city of Tucson, the most immediate impacts, like I mentioned, are likely to be delays in federal funding streams, for example, in housing and community development grants or transportation reimbursements. But as the city manager mentioned, we are continuing to ask departments where they're affected and for the directors to identify what grants or programs are being affected so we can manage around any of those delays. So it's a fluid situation, and we'll continue to monitor and update mayor and council as that goes on.
Thank you, Stephanie. Councilmember Perez?
So I know that at some point within the last several years, we instituted the Office of Equity, I think it's currently called. I know that some of the stipulations at the federal level had specified a disinterest, if you will, in funding municipalities that had sort of DEI or equity-focused operations. Has that office been impacted? Have any of their programs been stifled as a result of that activity?
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, that office is still fully staffed and is still called that. We've made a couple of language changes with how we describe some things that are still representative of the work being done there. But as an example, we've had grant applications where an AI tool is used to look for the word equity, and it just flags the word equity, and then they ask you to change that word. Even words like sweat equity. So it's not even in context of doing DEI type work. So to date, we're still fully staffed. We're still doing a lot of the work that we've been doing all along. We also have been able to navigate, in most cases, either acceptable language on the grants, or in the cases where we would not accept the language, we are involved in lawsuits that allow us to declare certain things that are under injunction or other actions we can take. So we have not yet signed a grant with language that we will not accept. Do you want to add anything?
Any other questions? Hearing none. Thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you, Tim. Really appreciate it. Alrighty, we're going to move on to item 14. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
Yes, Mayor, we need to continue item 8 on the regular agenda. The appellant wasn't able to get here.
Okay, thank you. Any others? We move on to item 15. Does anyone have any future agenda items? Hearing none. Alrighty, we will adjourn study session and we will regroup at 5:30 p.m. So we'll have a little bit of a break and then come back to regular session. Thank you all so much. Really appreciate it.
Afternoon, council will stand in session. Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye. Here.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye. Here.
Mrs. Lee is on. There she is. Mr. Pettis?
Here.
Mixulik? Here. Vice Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz.
Here. Before we go to item 2, the city attorney will go over the rules of decorum for mayor and council meetings. Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Arizona open meeting laws provide that members of the public may attend and listen to the proceedings during tonight's public meeting of the mayor and council. Arizona law also allows the mayor and council to enforce rules and procedures for public attendance of the meeting to ensure orderly behavior and to prevent unnecessary interference with the public meeting. Here are the rules that apply. The rules require decorum and orderly conduct by the members of the audience. No person attending the meeting shall engage in conduct that disrupts or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, including any statements or conduct that interrupts the persons who might be addressing the mayor and council or that disrupts the discussions of the mayor and council. The mayor has the authority to ensure compliance with the rules of orderly conduct. If disorderly or disruptive conduct continues after a warning, and this is that first warning, the mayor may direct the removal of persons from the chambers and/or recess the meeting itself. If disruptive behavior makes it necessary to clear the chambers, the persons who disrupted the meeting will not be allowed to return to the chambers for the remainder of tonight's meeting. As a final note, please be aware that interfering with or preventing this lawful public meeting from being carried out in an orderly manner not only violates the rules of participation, but also violates Title 13 of the Arizona Revised Statutes.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. The invocation will be given by Pastor Michael Goodwin from Emmanuel Baptist Church. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. If you want to, you can bow your head with me. Father, we thank you for each person in this city that is called to serve the city of Tucson, an awesome city that I love with all my heart. Lord, it says in your scriptures that all the wisdom and counsel we need is found in you. So we're asking you tonight, Lord, to give us your wisdom, to give us your guidance, to give us your counsel. Lord, that this city would be a blessed city. It would be a city that reflects your perfect order, your perfect goodness. Lord, I lift up every city council member here and the mayor who's not here. Lord, would you bless them? Bless them in their comings and their goings and all their relationships. Give them strength, give them wisdom as they seek to serve this city, to do what is best. Lord, we ask for your order here tonight for each person that's going to speak and share, because Lord, we believe that you love the city of Tucson, Arizona, as we love it. And we ask, Jesus, that your blessing would be upon it, upon each person here, and upon each person residing in this place. We petition you for your wisdom and your blessing. And we ask this in the mighty and the beautiful name of Jesus, our Christ. Amen. Amen.
So we have 2 proclamations. The first one will be to proclaim September 21st through September 27, 2025 to be American Indian Awareness Days. And then the second proclamation would be National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month for the month of September 2025. I will come up to read the proclamations. If any one of my colleagues would like to join me at the podium, would be much appreciated. Thank you. I would like to invite Veronica Boone, Wellness Director at the Tucson Indian Center, and other staff members to join me for this proclamation. Hold it and I'll. Thank you so much for being here. Where areas we honor more than 4,500 years of heritage in the region, recognizing the indigenous Tohono O'odham and Pasquayaqui peoples in diverse communities whose resilience, traditions, and stewardship have shaped Tucson long before and after its founding. And whereas the first known inhabitants of the Tucson area were the Hohokam people who lived in the region for approximately 200 BCE to 1450 CE. After the Hohokam, various indigenous groups inhabited the Tucson area, including the Tohono O'odham, Akimel O'odham, Pima, and the Pasquayaqui. Their traditions and culture are vibrant throughout the southern region. And whereas Arizona is home to 22 federally recognized tribes, and today tribal lands make up 28% of the state's land, and whereas American Indians contribute to this community's cultural and economic well-being and continue to improve our community by involving themselves in all aspects of government and community service, and whereas we recognize the historical injustices that have been inflicted upon indigenous peoples as responsible stewards of this land, we are obligated to acknowledge and correct historic harm and work toward, together, a more equitable and just society. And now, therefore, I, Lane Santa Cruz, stepping in for Mayor Regina Romero of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim September 22nd through the 28th, 2025 as American Indian and Indigenous Peoples Awareness Days. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2025. And with that, I will ask Veronica if she'd like to share a couple words.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name's Veronica Boone. I'm the Wellness Director. I am Navajo and Laguna. I've worked at the Indian Center for almost 20 years, but I moved to Tucson in the late 90s to go to the U of A, and then I went to ASU for my master's. But what I'd like to say is that I love Tucson so much. Kind of like the blessing that we had this morning. I love Tucson so much. I raised my family here, and the work that we do at the Indian Center, we've been strong for at least 62 years. We didn't incorporate until 1963, but we actually started out as a social club in the mid-50s. So our history and our legacy here has been ongoing for decades. We've expanded. We now have a clinic, which is right across from where the main library is. So that's something new that we've used to leverage our COVID funding. And so now we offer that to our community. We have approximately, I'd say 2,000 people enrolled, American Indians enrolled at our center for all of the different programs that we do. We help people find jobs. We help with work experience. With our department, and this is Mildred Manuel, our Grants and Services Manager, enrolled with the Gila River, and then also have Pasquayaqui. So again, that continuity, that fellowship, that working together, that synergy, I think that'll just enhance and make our community even better. So thank you so much for this, and look forward to working with you all even more. Thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you.
All right, so next up is our National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month recognition. I have quite a list here of community members and also small businesses. So I'd like to invite to the podium Mexican Consul in Tucson, Fernando Sanchez Roldan, Guatemalan Consul in Tucson, Alan Perez Hernandez, Elizabeth Peña, Adriana and Laura Quiltre from Regeneración, Josefina Cárdenas and neighbors from the Barrio Kroger Lane Neighborhood Association and Favor Celestial, Borderlands Theater, Milta Ortiz and Mark Piñate, Rob Elias from the Southern Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, Angela Reyes representing Jobs with Justice, Ana Karina Rodriguez, Cuidadores en Acción, Arizona Chapter, Vanessa Gallego, Recycle, Local Metal Recycling Company, Any others that would like to join, as well as the graduates of the City of Tucson Small Business Center. Okay, are they all here? Okay, all right, so just to read the businesses and their owner's name, we have La Bella Luna Boutique, Ariana Luna, Ballet Folclórico, Alexa Sosoya, Redondos Tortillería, Oralia Lerma, B-Spark, LLC, Aaron Valverde, Dolce Pastelo, Aide Almazán, Unique Aesthetics, Maria Rivera, Selena's Salvadorian Restaurant, Sandra Gonzalez, Saint Home Remodeling, Yolanda Rivera, Delicias de Michoacán, Magdalena Barragán, Nieves de Garrafa, Rufinos, José Luis Rufinos, Rock House Restoration, LLC, Shander Pedzrani, Mitas Flavor and More, Alma Navarro, Copal, Alejandro Bojón, Ricuras de Venezuela, Marlene Baquet, y Tabú, Luis Rambo. Right. Muchísimas gracias a todos, a todas, a todos por estar aquí. Thank you all so much for being here today. We'll get started with the whereases. Whereas we celebrate National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month, first proclaimed by President Lyndon B. Johnson in 1968. We honor the rich and diverse history of generations of Latinos whose aspirations, contributions, and achievements have profoundly shaped the fabric of this nation. Whereas we recognize the resilience and strength of the 65 million Latinos in the United States in overcoming challenges and making significant contributions across all sectors, from those who have been here for generations to those who have recently arrived. And whereas we must know our own histories in order to know where we are going, we remember the history of La Calle, and we recognize the invaluable contributions of the Latino neighborhoods, Alba V. Torres, International Tucson Mariachi Conference, Pueblos del Maíz, Borderlands Theater, Regeneración, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and our vibrant Latino-owned small businesses and restaurants contribute to shaping the rich history of our city. And whereas the City of Tucson remains committed to creating a sense of belonging for all Tucsonans with our Somos Uno cultural heritage strategy for Tucson, and whereas we celebrate the incredible work of the many Latino leaders who are here today, as well as those who couldn't join us, for their tireless dedication. Latinos are the heartbeat of our community. Our workers, union leaders, farm workers, teachers, first responders, athletes, artists, doctors, business leaders, and public servants, and so much more. And whereas together we will continue to build a future that generations of Latinos can be proud of, one founded on honesty, respect, and where everyone has an opportunity to pursue their dreams and talents. And whereas Latino history is American history, it is a story of hard work, family, faith, pride, and possibility. Porque sí se puede. Now, therefore, I, Lane Santa Cruz, on behalf of Mayor Regina Romero of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15, 2025 to be National Hispanic Latino Heritage Month in the City of Tucson, and encourage all our residents to observe this month with ceremonies, activities, and programs that celebrate Hispanic heritage and recognize the impact that Latinos, Latinas, and Latine people bring to our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona, to be affixed this 23rd day of September 2025. Thank you. So I know we're gonna get together to take a picture, but before we do that, if anybody from the group would like to say a couple words, and I'll start with Frankie and then open it up to anybody else.
Okay. Thank you so much for inviting us, for recognizing the hard work of our small businesses. Please support local. Take a moment to shake their hands. And I run the Small Business Center. I'm the program manager with my team, Narda and Giselle. If you could please raise your hands. Thank you for trusting me to do this work. I appreciate that very much. And just to give you a little taste of the work that we do in just the current year, we provided over 1,400 hours of technical assistance, started businesses, and helped them secure over $1 million in grants and access to capital. And these are all local businesses. So we're very proud of the work that we do. And I don't like to brag about my own work, so if I can just take a minute to invite Yolanda to say a little, just to share a little bit about the work that we were able to assist her with.
Hola, buenas tardes. Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Rivera, and I just wanted to take a moment to thank Mayor Regina Romero and the City of Tucson for their support of the City of Tucson Small Business Center. Este programa me ha cambiado la vida y estoy segura que le ha cambiado la vida de muchos que están aquí. Thanks to their amazing staff, to name a few, Narda Flores, Giselle Coronado, and Francisca. They helped me and my partner, Rogelio Guerra, who is not here today, make our dream come true. And they walked with us every step of the way to now that we are licensed business owners. And as a first-generation Latina studying at the University of Arizona, pursuing a bachelor's in business administration, there's so much power in the opportunity when given the right resources. And this program has helped me build something so meaningful for not just myself, but for future generations and my family. And so once again, I wanted to thank the City of Tucson for these programs that uplift us and empower our community, and for most importantly, believing in us. Thank you.
I don't know if any of the consuls want to share a couple words with us.
Good afternoon. First of all, my name is Fernando Sanchez. I'm the new consul of Mexico here in Tucson. First of all, I want to say thank you to Mayor Romero because she always is helping to the community, not only of Mexicans, Hispanic community, and that means a lot for us. And the other thing that I want to say is that we are ready to cooperate, to collaborate with all of you. We are ready. Those are difficult times, but we think that if we collaborate all together, we are going to have good results. Again, thank you, and thanks to you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alan Perez. I'm the Consul of Guatemala here in the city of Tucson. First of all, I'd like to thank the opportunity for being here and celebrate this Hispanic Heritage Month, which represents us all. And I'm so glad to see such wonderful people that take the challenge and make it the success. I congratulate you all and wish you the best, and also the city of Tucson for always supporting us. And thank you, everyone, and celebrémosla bien todos juntos.
I'm going to take the liberty and ask two more people to come up. If Rob Elias and Josefina could please come up here to share a couple words as well.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, City Council members. As you can see, we roll deep. This is how we do it. But on behalf of the 46% of Hispanic population in Tucson, Arizona, we are honored to celebrate this month, and not just the month of September 15th through October 15th, but through all months of the year. So thank you so much for allowing us to be here today and for honoring the very special month. Oh, my name is Rob Elias, President and CEO of the Southern Arizona Hispanic Chamber of Commerce.
Josefina?
Buenas tardes. Gracias, Vice Mayor, for this opportunity. I first give my respects to the First Nations of these lands. And we are the soldiers that are forming and helping and assisting our community, ¿verdad? But you all, we expect you and need you as our warriors. We're the soldiers,
but you're the warriors, and we are in this together. And then when we fall, we expect that all of us pick us up and not keep us down. ¿Verdad? En nombre del Creador.
Thank you all so much again for being here, for your contributions of helping make Tucson what it is. So with that, I'm gonna see if we can all face Victor over here so we can take a picture. Think of your favorite joke. We're just going to take a minute while we're doing the transition from the community proclamations. All right, we'll keep on going. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 303 dated September 23rd is received into and made part of the record. May I have a motion to approve the appointment and report?
So moved, Your Honor. Second.
Are we take a vote, roll call, or do we? Just voice vote. Okay, voice vote. Aye? Or all those in favor?
Say aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Motion passes by a vote of 6-0. Right. So I get to thank Dan Maher for his willingness to serve in the Design Review Board and to serve the city. All right, are there any other personal appointments to be made at this time? Okay, item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 290 dated September 23rd is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? All right, we'll start with Ward 2 and then move down the row. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Arizona Symphonic Winds is having its last concert of the fall this season. The Winds, led by Maestro Laszlo Veres, are a group of young musicians who perform free concerts at Udall Park. This weekend's guest musician is oboist Max Adler. Max is making his debut with the Winds, performing the Virtuoso Oboe Concerto by Marcello. Other selections are the overture of The Merry Wives of Windsor by Nikolai and selections from Les Miserables, including The Beautiful Prayer, Bring 'Em Home. The concert starts at 7 p.m. Saturday at Udall's Laszlo Veras Amphitheater.
Thank you. Councilmember Dahl?
Nothing, Your Honor.
No props today? No. Right. Councilmember Perez? No. Councilmember Lee?
No props and no announcements, thank you.
Councilmember Ulick? All right. Well, I have a couple of items then. So this Friday, September 26th, from 6 to 8 p.m., we have our monthly South Side Ride, Bicicleteada del Sur. This is an evening bike ride that takes place on the last Friday of each month, starting at the El Pueblo Center. We meet up at 6 p.m., and then we take off around 6:30 and return by 8:30. You can reserve a Tugo bike share for free by calling 520-261-5446. Or you can follow Fuga for the latest updates. El Pueblo Center is located at 101 West Irvington Road. Also this Saturday, September 27th and Sunday, September 28th from 2 to 10 p.m. Join us for the Cultura Chicano Vibes Festival at the MSA Annex. It's a free family-friendly event that will feature live music, vendors, food trucks, and celebrating cultura en comunidad. The MSA Annex is located at 267 South Avenida del Convento. To learn more about the event, you can go to www.chicanovibes.com. And then Saturday, September 27th from 3 to 9 p.m., Fiesta del Maíz at Kennedy Park. Join the Tucson City of Gastronomy for a free, all-ages community celebration featuring local food, vendors, live concerts, and chef demos. Performances by Los Hermanos Cuatro, South Image, and Ballet Folklorico Tapatío. Kennedy Park is located at 3357 South La Cholla Boulevard. And then finally, on Friday, October 3rd at 10 a.m., join the City of Tucson for the grand opening of Intermountain Sensory Park. Celebrate with Ward 1, Mayor Regina Romero, and Intermountain Academy, along with Parks and Rec, for the official opening of this new inclusive park. This park is located at 348 North Commerce Park Loop, just off of Bonita. Thank you. All right, item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication Number 291, dated September 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, I'd like to congratulate the staff at Housing First and Community Safety, Health, and Wellness on hosting their first job fair last week. The inaugural event was a big success, connecting more than 500 job seekers with 24 potential employers. Community members also had access to gently used professional clothing, and many folks had job interviews on site that day. Finding reliable work can be the key to a sustainable, prosperous future, so many thanks to the team for putting on this event, and be on the lookout for future job fairs sponsored by our teams. And then speaking of prosperity, Housing and Community Development Director Ann Chineka and her staff cut the ribbon on yet another housing development last week. In just 7 months, the Amazon Hotel on Miracle Mile has been transformed into permanent supportive housing for individuals experiencing homelessness, many of them from the 100-acre Wood location. The first phase of the site included 30 studio apartments, and so my congratulations to the team, and thanks for the Mayor and Council support for making that happen. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication Number 305, dated September 23rd, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor licenses agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's agenda, we have 4 applications for new licenses, 2 requests for a person transfer, 5 special events, and 1 agent change acquisition of control restructure. All are in compliance with city requirements, except for item 5B1, Second Sky, which we were notified today has been granted an extension by the state of Arizona, and therefore we will not consider it this evening. An appropriate motion at this time would be to forward items 5B2 through 5B6 and 5C1 through 5C5 and 5D1 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? Councilmember Ulick?
Thank you. Hey, I just want to acknowledge that Paula Valencia is here from Poe's Art House, which is an establishment at 331 East 7th Street, just off of 4th Avenue. Please go check it out. It's going to be an awesome space to share. So thank you, Paula.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, motion passes 6-0. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
Right.
Get the speaker cards. Sorry. Want me to make that announcement?
At this time, for call to the audience, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing. Call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes, and speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations. The green light on the lower dais will turn on when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds left, and it will turn red and begin beeping when your time is up. If that occurs, please complete your remarks immediately so that the next speaker can speak. Thank you.
So we have more speakers than we have for the allotted time. So if you hear a speaker share the same remarks as you, if you can keep your statements brief so we can get through as many speakers as we can during this time. The very first speaker that we have is JP Salvatierra.
Vice Mayor, Councilman, my name is JP Salvatierra. I'm a Tucson native, resident, sole speaking for myself. Thank you for the ADA compliant lower microphone here. How wonderful. I would like to start by requesting that we, the public, make an equitable demand for removing all future contractual services by TEP Fortis agents for an immediate proffered special election proposition of a city-county master IGA Commonwealth utility and essential undergrounding services agreement that will equitably and frugally cure our future growth curve by joint bond funding measures. Some of the voting that I would recommend, because of the things that I'm saying here, are to vote no on the RTA next. Michael Ortega outlined a net loss of Tucson adjusted inflation cost of $1 billion in unfinished Tucson projects from the old RTA. I would also recommend no on Prop 414, the jumbo recurring sales tax. They should all be separately identified, fire, police, and subsequent. And finally, a no on all non-disclosure agreement policies by city, county, and their express or implied agencies with malfeasance culpability by Southern Arizona Chamber of Commerce and other proxy agency initiatives. I care less about Winter Haven Lights when TEP usury rates cause the commission to forgive city rental utility bills up to $750,000 annually. Also ignoring XYZ Gen affordable home ownership options now.
Okay, please come to a conclusion, Mr. Salvaterra.
Our young adults are not bred to pay rent their entire useful lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Perez who would like to.
Yeah, just
ask
a quick question. Given that there is another Proposition 414 that isn't ours, I would feel it's a disservice to not delineate that. If the city manager or city attorney could maybe explain as to what the difference is.
Thank you, Councilmember Perez. That is correct. The Proposition 414 that's been proposed for the ballot is actually one of the school districts. That is, Prop 414 is a proposition for Tucson Unified School District. It's an override, budget override item. Sometimes they reuse proposition numbers, and this is not any relation or connection to the city's Prop 414 from last March.
All right. Thank you for the clarification. Next speaker is Lori Kiersted Joseph, and then after that, it'll be Sharice Finley. So if you could just be ready to go. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Lori Kiersted Joseph, and I serve as the Assistant Vice Chancellor for Adult Basic Education for College and Career at Pima Community College. And we are here today to thank you, actually, for your ongoing support. We were not successful in getting our proclamation. We just didn't ask to get our proclamation on the agenda, so we're here to thank you for that proclamation today. And I'm joined by some colleagues and some students from our program. So I'm going to read it as fast as I can. So whereas more than 43 million Americans cannot read or write at the most basic level, while 62.7 million lack basic math skills, as well as the credentials and skills necessary to succeed in post-secondary education. And whereas more than 900,000 Arizona adults 18 years or older need adult education to help them complete a high school equivalency diploma or to learn English, and whereas 12.7% of Tucson adults 25 years and older do not have a high school diploma, and whereas American Action Forum estimates that America is short an estimated 7.5 million private sector workers across all skill levels, whereas adult ed programs contribute to solving these challenges by helping Americans move along the continuum in their educational journey to achieve the basic skills and get prepared for college and career. And whereas adult education programs offer low-cost, high-value education that upgrades the skill set of our citizens. And whereas the City of Tucson celebrates the National Adult Education and Family Literacy Week as a proud participant in the National Educate and Elevate campaign, which helps our residents learn about all of their adult education options and to attain their professional and personal goals. So thank you to the mayor and the council for declaring September 14th through the 20th Adult Education and Literacy Week. We really appreciate your ongoing support for the important work that happens in our adult education programs. And we do have a couple of folks who wanted to just share the impact of adult ed. They did also put in a comment card, but I'm gonna ask them to just jump on up and say just a quick.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne Ross. I am a student of adult education. A little bit about me, I was blind for 3 years. I just got my vision back in my left eye in February, and today was my first day of nursing school. So that is a little bit about what adult education does for us in the community, and I would just like to thank you for your support and all that you guys do.
Hello, my name is Chrissy Gomez, and I would like to thank the mayor for all her support for Pima Community College, and especially for the adult education, and how streamlined it is and how supportive she is. And thank you to the vice mayor and all the city members. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shamsuddin Zamani. I'm from Afghanistan. I was a lawyer in my country as a civil prosecutor, and I had my own legal service company. I came to the United States 2 years ago, and when I arrived in here, I was not able to say hi to people. And I'm happy today to share my story or the things I need with the people, and I can solve my problem.
And thank you for your recognizing adult education, and thank you for supporting. And the other things nowadays I think we see some new change in the adult education. They decrease some hours, and it's a big concern because all people when come to the United States, the big dream that's one day they can speak English, and the good resource, Pima Community College is a good resource for the people like that's coming. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just really fast, these three folks represent 4,500 adult learners in our program each year that benefit from the support from all of you. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Next is Sharice Finley, and then after that, I have three people, but I don't know if it's Rosy Gonzalez and Brian Gonzalez. Sharice?
Good evening. I am.
Could you move to the taller mic? Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Sharice Finley. I am the HOA board president for Country Club Manor condominiums. I'm here in support of the directional change for Windset Street. It is currently eastbound on the north side of the road, and for those that are a little directionally challenged like myself, that means you would be driving on the wrong side of the road. We're in support of this request due to the poor planning from the Urban Greenway Bike and Pedestrian Path that was approved approximately 8 years ago, but didn't begin until October of 2024. Prior to and during the beginning of this project, the trash and recycling dumpsters for Country Club Manor condominiums were in the alleyway called Windset. They were, were removed to 17th Street and placed in front of our homes. Let me say that again. Dumpsters were placed in front of our homes, not push carts, large dumpster barrels. We are in favor of this directional change for two reasons. First, it's the proper driving direction. And second, it will allow our trash and recycling dumpsters to be moved back to Windset. So please consider this directional change so that residents of Country Club Manor do not have to endure dumpsters in front of our homes. Thank you.
Okay, do you want to say anything about that? No? Okay. All right. Next, Rosy.
Yeah, hi. My name is Shannon West. I'm here with Rosie and Brian, here on behalf of ourselves, but have been the primary POCs from the Santiago Hills Neighborhood Association on this issue with the city. We're here urgently asking for the city to respond to our inquiries and concerns regarding the Tucson Hill flexible lot development. We've been requesting direct answers from the city on how the development is in compliance with our Tucson area plan, the general plan, the design guide manual, and we have not received a response from the city. We've even been working with our Ward 1 office. We've sent through the Ward 1 this 10-page document, each with unique lines of code that we believe that this development is failing to address. And we've asked the city to comment on why the FLD doesn't need to be in compliance with this, and we have not received a response. And it's been over a month. This is important because next week, KB Homes is planning to start mass grading of the site, including 13 acres of natural undisturbed open space at the base of Tucson Hill, north of the walking path, directly north of the walking path. Grading of the site includes destroying the hill's topography that the area is known for. It includes completely, in its entirety, removing all mature vegetation that the area is known for. It includes destroying the critical wildlife habitat that the area is known for. Protection of these three things explicitly is called out in every single policy and plan document published by the city of Tucson. Every single piece of guidance mentions new development should maximize the preservation of these attributes to create a better city in all aspects. Yet in the over 9 months of reviews, there hasn't been a single comment in reviews that concern these attributes from our city, right? So in addition to the risk of mass grading on the site,
The proposed development is for nearly 130 two-story stucco pitched roof homes that look and feel nothing like the historic culture of the area. They're going to tower over existing residents, block the views, and destroy any continuity that we have in this part of Tucson. Again, all of those things are listed in nearly all of our plans and policies as the city having a strong commitment to protecting. And they do use the word protect in our literature. So we are urgently asking for the city to meet with us to act on these concerns because we don't feel like the current zoning and planning process is operating in alignment with the goals and objectives that our general plan and neighborhood plans and the communities have outlined. We're not asking to stop the development. We know that there's a housing crisis, but we are asking that the city upholds the commitments to the other goals and guidelines and policies outlined in our codes and plans. Because without action by the city, next week, there is a chance for irreparable damage to a very, very public and historic and culturally important area of our town.
Thank you, Shauna.
Your Honor, can we get?
Hey. It's my work. Okay. City Manager, I know we've been in communication with PDSD about the FLDs, and I think it would be helpful to have city staff meet. Not sure that where we'll, get at a place that would, make the neighbors, happy at this moment. But I do think there's a lot of, I guess, neighbors not feeling like they're being responded to from the perspective of how the code or the development is being interpreted. So I would appreciate if we could do that sooner than later.
Vice Mayor, we'll do that tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shauna.
Thank you, Mr.
Of course. All right, next we have Kate Spalding and then Reyes Suarez after that.
Hi, my name is Kate Spalding, sometimes called Teen Court Kate. I am not a resident of the city, but I am of the county and have worked for Pima County Teen Court since 2001. And I'm here as a thank you. Pima County Teen Court is a program of YWCA Southern Arizona. And we this year have been celebrating 30 years. You may have heard about Teen Court from Adelita Grijalva, who ran the program for 19 years. She and I worked side by side. And as a refresher, Teen Court is a diversion program for juvenile court. We take teens who have been arrested for some typical teenage misbehavior. Maybe they got in a fight at school or shoplifted or had alcohol. They admit guilt and they come to our program to receive a sentencing hearing where their defense attorney is a teenager, the prosecutor is a teenager, and all the members of the jury are teenagers. Those teens are tasked with coming up with constructive consequences to help those teens get the skills to not make a similar choice again in the future. All the consequences are designed to be helpful and constructive, and the program is based in restorative justice. So we have volunteers who run our program. Anyone who's 12 years old up through high school age can come and volunteer to be on the jury. They just show up, we train them, they serve that day. Anyone who's in high school can train to become a teen attorney. They learn all the skills of court, opening statements, objections. Oh my goodness, what if your objection is overruled? They learn public speaking and critical thinking as well. And all of this is free to all of our participants and all of our volunteers. And over the past 30 years, we have served over 8,000 teens who've been arrested and their family members. They have been removed from the school to prison pipeline. And though we don't have a specific count on how many volunteers, my very best guess is it's over 24,000 teens have volunteered over the last 30 years. So we collect some data on that, and 87% of our families report improved communication because of our program. We know that family communication is a protective factor for our teens. 98% of our jurors felt heard. Youth in our community felt heard. And 97 of them reported that when they disagreed on the jury, that they worked through those differences in a positive and constructive way, something that maybe sometimes adults have trouble doing. Over the last 30 years, we've been making improvements wherever we can. We have our third cohort of youth facilitators. These are teens who have successfully completed the program for their own arrest.
We have trained them in employability and facilitation skills, and they now facilitate our workshops alongside our adult facilitators so that they can say, I know what it's like to be you. I was there with my parent. I was there for my own arrest. And so Teen Court is open to the public. If anyone wants to come and observe, you can just Google Pima County Teen Court and find all of the information there. But we thank you for your support and your continued support of our program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your work. Our next speaker is Reyes Suarez, and after that, it's Finaz Anderson.
Hello, Vice Mayor and members of City Council. My name is Reyes Suarez. I am a Tucson native, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I wanted to quickly speak and preface this with my support of Star Village Safe Sleeping initiative. While I don't live in Ward 3, I do look forward to a success and replication in Ward 1, where I do reside. I also wanted to speak quickly against the newly proposed plan of further criminalizing addiction. Addiction is a public health issue and should be treated as such. Further criminalization punishment has already been proven to be ineffective. Or have we learned nothing from the war on drugs? What I really wanted to speak about was continuing on my previous calls for the further dismantling and discontinuance of mass surveillance initiatives around the city. I feel like Councilwoman Nikki Lee did mention on my previous call that it was going to be discussed this week. I didn't see it on the study session or see it on the agenda. I may have misheard, but to her credit, Police Captain Belinda Morales did reach out to me via voicemail about the cameras and drones that were at the community protests and vigils. And again, tends to speak with her, but she was basically saying that it was for our safety and less intimidating than having marked vehicles and police on the ground. I took that information and I did speak with other activists in my network. Basically what they felt more comfortable with. 20% felt that marked vehicles were better for safety and deterrence from counter protesters. 80% would rather have policemen on the ground. They feel like that would make us feel safer. That would provide an actual deterrent for any violence that would seek to come from us or, towards us. So yeah, that was, we don't like this. It doesn't make us feel safe. It makes us, it feels like intimidation. And we're wondering if that's the whole point of it in the first place. I also wanted to give a quick word to the two people that were picked up late last week regarding the June protests and for the ICE facility. I find it worrying that CPD did so in timing in advance of Friday's vigil in order to intimidate the community into staying home. And that the two involved were slapped with terrorism charges. If you can't see that the current administration and their department heads are corrupt, dangerous, and should be held at a distance and not collaborated with to make your citizens feel unsafe, I don't know what else there's to say. Need I remind you that Trump's Deputy Chief of Staff, Stephen Miller, went on Fox News just a few weeks ago to label the entire Democratic Party as a domestic terrorist, domestic extremist organization. It's clear they're labeling anyone who isn't a tacit supporter of their actions as a terrorist. We need to be pushing against their efforts, not working with them. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Vice Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that we are scheduling for the second meeting in October to have that conversation on technology and data governance. So I just wanted to provide that clarity.
Okay. Thank you, Councilmember Lee. Pinaz Anderson. And after that, we'll have Glenn Boyles.
Hi, everybody. My name is Phineas Anderson. This is my wife, Mitchell. Isabel Garcia from Derechos Humanos was going to join us, but she has grandchildren right now, and a babysitter fell through. So Mitchell is going to show you a photo. And I gave copies over there that you could see a little bit more closely. Can you make that photo out? So what that photo is a federal sniper on a building this Friday when there was a protest in front of ICE.
And someone that was a participant took that photo. Now, I don't know what your feelings are when you see that photo, but let me share my feelings with you. I was shocked. I really didn't know what to do. I was, in fact, in disbelief because that photo was taken when a peaceful religious protest was actually taking place, and this sniper was above it. Now, as you may remember, back in June 14th, there was another protest there. There were some outliers having nothing to do with the protests that were peaceful. All the ones that we've run here have all been peaceful. But there were 3 people that got arrested. I view them as outliers. They had nothing to do with us. So would you put a sniper at a protest, the second one in that area, because someone broke 3 windows? 3 windows. And so I called up ICE, and they told me that they're not responsible for security issues. It's Homeland Security that actually has an office in the same building. So I got a hold of them, and they told me that the agent in charge, who actually decided that that sniper should be on the roof, he was out of town. And so it turned out that they never got back to me. They were going to relay the message and never got back to me about the situation. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? I'll tell you what we're going to do about it. We're going to go to the press. We're going to let them know exactly what went on. We're going to distribute this photo on every single social media platform that we can find. And then we're going back to that location and to show that we are not afraid and we're not going to be intimidated. So the last thing is, what might you do? And one suggestion might be to have a resolution condemning snipers appearing at peaceful protests in this town.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have Glenn Boyles and then Faith Cardenas after that?
Good evening. My name is Glenn Voiles. I'm from Ward 2, and not unlike the opening of our meeting today, I really love Tucson. I love this place. I love the ecosystem. I love the Sonoran Desert. I love the food, I really do. But I really love the people too. We're a very diverse crowd. We have our differences, and that is evident as I hear the different speakers. I don't agree on some of their positions, but we all live in the city together. We all live in the city together. And I just want to primarily encourage you all. That's why I'm here today. I really appreciate the example that Councilman Cunningham has set for Ward 2. For me, he's changed my perspective on a few things. I have not historically voted, well, you all are. And it really doesn't matter to me either, because Councilman Cunningham has been doing some phenomenal things in Ward 2. And I'm not just sitting here to blow sunshine at you, Councilman Cunningham. I'm extremely impressed at his on-the-ground approach to talking to the homeless people in the area, to working out some of those problems that exist. And they present a problem not only to those homeless people who may be addicts, many of them are, but they present a problem to the residents in Ward 2. And there has been a significant change. We've got nice new roads. I really appreciate those. Thank you all for that. We have our differences, though, and I think we need to be celebrating our differences. We're in such a hot spot as far as our society and our culture goes. I appreciate your servant leadership, Councilman Cunningham, and how you represent Ward 2 residents despite our differences. You continue to support my family and represent me the way that you are, and I'm going to vote for you. I don't care what color I normally might carry.
And I want to encourage that with the council. There was a sweet young lady earlier that said, you all are the warriors. Well, you are the warriors. You are the governance of the city of Tucson. You represent the people. Councilman Cunningham represents me and my community. And my community is extremely important to me. That's where my family is. One of the differences that we may have is faith. My faith says that you are all in your position because God has granted you this opportunity. There's a heavy responsibility with it. And because you are the warriors, as I mentioned earlier, it is heavy upon you. Martin Luther King once said, it is always right to do the right time to do the right thing. And I'd like to close out with Cesar Chavez when he said, we cannot seek achievement for ourselves and forget about progress and prosperity for our community. Our ambitions must be broad enough to include the aspirations and needs of others for their sakes and for our own. Thank you all for what you do. Please continue on doing it and think about the little people and those who may be different than your viewpoints.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Next is Faith Cardenas, and after that, it's Joel Selly.
Hello, my name is Faith Cardenas, and I am a Tucson native. I am also a Yoemi native as well, and I have experienced homelessness as of last year, October. I am a mother of 2 Marines. I have 4 children altogether. One of my children is fighting fentanyl, my youngest, and I've had her detoxed a couple times, but you know, they let her go and they put her on the Suboxone, and then she ended up back up on the meth. So it was just like one thing after another with her. And my experience with homelessness, I had an experience at Church on the Street. I love the discipleship. I like the idea behind it. I'm sure they started out with a good heart in the beginning, but that place needs to be investigated as soon as possible. With this homelessness at Sister Jose's, like he was mentioning, yes, there are a lot of addicts out there. I'm a recovering alcoholic myself, but I'm not a drug addict. And I am experiencing a lot of women out here who are here in circumstance, 2 paychecks away from being homeless. Women whose husbands have died from cancer, drained their bank accounts. Now they don't have no money for themselves. And these women are in their 70s and 80s. I'm in my 50s, man, and it's hard, you know? And I'm trying to be part of the problem, and I challenge each and every one of you on this council and your wards and all that. No, we're all together. We are together. My community, I am not from any ward. I'm from Tucson, Arizona. Proud, native, wildcat to the core. But what I am seeing here, I left for 5 years and came back, and what I'm seeing here in Tucson is, it is a lot, man. And the lights, like you go to see the lights now, there ain't no stars to see no more. You have to go really far now. You guys really prided yourselves on that before. It was keeping this place where the skyscrapers didn't go too high to ruin our views. And so that our Kit Peak could do the work that it does. And it's just like, it's so counterproductive what I've seen being back here. And I used to be kind of part of the problem and an advocate and all this stuff. Kevin, I've known you for a long time. Cunningham, I remember you from the streetcar. I remember a lot of Rio Nuevo, you know, and I wasn't as wise as I am now. And now I have a voice, and I'm in a position where I was passed up from 100 acres because someone said they tried to contact me, and they didn't. They did not try to contact me. I have a phone, I have an email. I was not contacted. And then I was told I was supposed to check in at this one, at the actual acres. And I was told at acres, you check in anywhere. Sister Jose's, Primavera, or that place. Believe me, you don't want to be out there. So I would come into Sister Jose's every day and check in. The day they said they tried to find me, I was in the office asking about my housing. My voucher was passed up. I've done the work. I've sought the Lord. I'm watching my brothers and sisters die out here. It's not okay, guys. My daughter could be your daughter, your brother, your kids, your grandkids, God forbid, all right? I just plead to you all to have faith, and I have faith in you.
Thank you, Mrs. Cardenas. Could you leave your contact information? I don't have your phone number and your email here so that staff can follow up with you, please. Thank you. Next, we have Joel Stelly, and our final speaker will be Bree Ainsworth.
Hey guys, my name is Joel Staley. Appreciate you guys being here. I have no idea what it's like to run a city. I'm sure it's a hell of a task. I grew up here. I left for some years and I came back and I couldn't believe like the homeless and drug addicts. I couldn't believe it. Like it was crazy. Been here 4 years and I've just watched it increase and it hurts my heart. Let me predicate this. So I was an addict for 22 years, right? I know all about addiction. Most of my life was in addiction, shooting dope right here in this arm. My food stamps, I would literally just take them and give them to the dope man every month. That would give me 1 week of free dope. You know what I mean? Section 8, I lived with girls that all had free houses and we'd sit around and get high in their house and store stolen items. I mean, the system is abused. It didn't help me one bit. What helped me was when I had to suffer pain. And I said, yo, I gotta stop. This is too much. This is too brutal. Now, don't get me wrong, there are people who need benefits. Absolutely 100%. There are people in need who need help, and they should receive the help. It's just like every time I'm on Twitter or I watch the news, it's some new program to give people free stuff. Man, we just sell that free stuff. Your Obama phones, I had about 8 of them. Sold them as soon as I got them. Like I said, I don't know what it's like to run a city. I'm sure it's overwhelming. I know it's rough. It's got to be rough. So I don't really have answers for you. I'm just trying to say, like, for the love of God, our city is dying. There are zombies on the side of the road. I saw a girl shooting dope, a needle in her arm at a bus stop with cars driving by. My heart hurt. Like, that's not what we want to see. I don't know what the solution is, but I promise you, if you talk to addicts who have recovered, the solution is not more free things. We are addicts. It is our nature to use and abuse. It is our nature to take advantage. That is what we do. Our addiction comes before everybody. If you give me something, I will turn it into dope 100% of the time. Now, again, I'm not saying don't help people. People need help, especially kids, especially people struggling. They need help. But there's got to be a way to distinguish, like, the ones who are taking advantage and the ones who are being helped. The ones who are being enabled and the ones who are being, there's got to be a way. So if we can figure it out, like, please, we're losing our city. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sully. Okay, we have one last speaker, Bree Ainsworth.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and Council. Thank you for this time. My name is Bree Ainsworth, and I am a City of Tucson resident. I am here on behalf of myself and no one else. I want to take this time to speak on something that I've actually heard my fellow Tucsonians speak on this evening, but as far as I'm aware, it is not up for review, and I speak in hopes that I am heard. I'm not unaware of the limits of mayor and council. I understand that, maybe not entirely understand, the challenges faced when building and enacting policy meant to serve the entire community, the entirety of Tucson, not each individual ward. Sorry, I was looking for my homegirl who said that already. Don't see her yet. I am in favor of Star Village efforts. I am in favor of Trees for Tucson initiatives. I'm in favor of public utility and not selling Tucson's resources to the highest bidder. Turns out, when I start paying attention, there are a lot of things to care about. Tonight, I am picking one thing. I think this favor does align with the favor of the council from what I have heard. What I'm not in favor of is how these initiatives are being handled, and this is my one thing. I believe in the Star Village effort, but I believe that it was mismanaged, and I'm disappointed to hear how little engagement there was with the neighbors in the community, or how little engagement seemed to take place given the protests that have been cropping up and the petitions going around. I am really
hoping that the project does not get terminated, that we do continue to see it to grow into other wards, because I think it could be hugely beneficial. This is a proven, effective model. Everything goes a little bit further than that. This reaction, from what I can tell, that lack of community engagement and education is partially predicated upon the city of Tucson's larger efforts to criminalize and borderline terrorize our unhoused neighbors. I speak of increased policing, sweeps and destruction, and a worrying rumor that I heard just this morning, I haven't had the chance to substantiate this yet, that open-air drug use is going to be criminalized and that TPD will be mobilized against that. I sincerely hope that is not the case. There are more proven effective harm reduction modalities. I heard the beep, I'll wrap it up. I said unhoused neighbors, and I mean unhoused neighbors. Someone does not need to have a home to be my neighbor, not when I see and speak to them every day. We are taught to love our neighbor, and I think the city of Tucson has been inconsistent in practicing that message. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. We will be moving on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through N.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, item A is approving amendment number 2 to the intergovernmental agreement for transportation funding between the City of Tucson and Pima County for the Sunset Road, Silver Bell Road to River Road Improvement Project, which extends its term by 5 years to November 10th, 2030. Item B is pursuant to Tucson Code Section 20-179, designating one-way streets and alleys and specifically converting a portion of Winsett Street from one-way east to one-way west traffic. Item C is extension to December 31st, 2025 of the city's agreement to provide fire, medical, rescue, and special hazard services at the Raytheon Company, United States Air Force Plant 44 manufacturing facility. Item D is a final plat for TD DIV 0723081 Sylvester Drive Estates. Item E is an amendment of the fiscal year 26 compensation plan. Item F is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima Community College for educational and training services. Item G is approval of involuntary tort judgments for fiscal year 2024-25. Item H is approval of federal financial assistance subaward agreement with the Iskashida Refugee Network for City of Tucson's composting and food waste reduction project. Item I is approval of the federal financial assistance subaward agreement and intergovernmental agreement with Tucson Unified School District for the City of Tucson's composting and food waste reduction project. Item J is a green stormwater infrastructure authorization of construction expenditures for storm to shade projects. Item K is the Southern Arizona Land Trust Elstone 2 impact fee subsidy request. Item L is renewal of intergovernmental backup ambulance transportation agreements between Tucson Fire Department and Northwest Fire District. Item M is an intergovernmental agreement with Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System Administration access for federal matching funds for access to professional service initiative at Tucson Medical Center for the period of October 1st, 2025 through September 30th, 2026. And item N is amending existing agreement with Pima County regarding the maintenance of Julian Wash Linear Park.
May I have a motion, please?
Second.
Roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Perez?
Aye.
McSulik?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tempore Santa Cruz?
Aye. The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 6-0. Item 8.
Your Honor, item 8 has been continued to October 8th. It is the appeal. Sorry, it is the appeal of the Water Service Area Review Board's denial of service to Pima County parcel located at 7845 North Northern Avenue, and that will be heard on October 8th.
Item 9.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regular scheduled meeting will be on Wednesday, October 8th, 2025 at or after 5:30 p.m. Thank you so much.